Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial. So today I'm create for is the R programming, and here I'm going to the delve into the syntax of R programming. Okay, so now in this, the understanding the syntax is the key to writing for effective R code and statistical computing and data analysis. Okay, so now this in this session, I'm just create for some simple example and a program and guide you through the fundamental syntax of the R programming language using for the in these the R Studio. Okay, so let's get started. So here, the first time create is the output text in R and used for single or double quotes. Okay, so here first I'm type for is hello. Okay, is hello. Then type for is R Studio. Okay, it's the R Studio, and now it's created for in this the R Studio, and then in this choose for is save, and then just save. Okay, so here I'm just choose for the folder, so I'm already created the folder is the R Studio. Okay, so now I'm again scroll and then going for the okay, so again. So in this, okay, so now I'm going for in this folder inside. Okay, so here I'm now save for the first program. Okay, so the first and the extension for the R. Okay, so I'll save. Okay, okay, and in this source I'll save. Okay, so now I'm just going for run. Okay, so here the output is printed for is the hello R Studio. Okay, so they're perfectly printed. Okay, so now create for in this station for is the operator created. Okay, so now in this for remove, and then I'm create for the operator for the 20, and then addition for 10. Okay, and then just run. Okay, so here in this the output for is the 10 plus 20 plus 10 is the output is 30. Okay, here I created for your first program. Okay, so now I'm going for this station created firstly created first created a simple for the expression for syntax, and now I'm just going for, so here I've used for the print function. Okay, so now I'm in this station, I'm not declare for in this the print, so I'm just going for in the next step, and here I'm just created for the print. Okay, so I'm created in this the print. Okay, so in this station I'm used for the hello world or the hello R Studio. Okay, so let's start with some basic concept. Okay, so here first of all I'm type for is the print. Okay, and here I'm create for the double quotation and the parenthesis and double quotation. Inside I'm create is the hello world. Okay, world is created, and then in this code I'm just save. Okay, and here this example now I'm used for is the hash symbol for a single line comments, and in this the print function to display a message in the console. Okay, so now I'm just click for in this run. Okay, so here is perfectly print for is the hello world. Okay, so now I'm also uses for is the variables and the data type. It's a store data. Okay, so here in this the station I'm creating for the variable in R is to store data, and our support various data types. Like explore also first time create is the variable and data types. Okay, so now here remove, and then first time type is the age. Okay, and then create for is a list, then dash then a type for its age is 25. Okay, so now I'm just create for in this the name, and same process follow is less than for dash, and create for the name is for the Zuhan. Okay, so here created, and next line use for the is underscore the student. Okay, the student, and now I'm again create for the less than dash, and is the true. Okay. Okay, so here created, then I'm create for the displaying variable. Okay, so first of all I'm create the print is a print, and then here inside created first is the age. Okay, so in this code I'm just copy, okay, and paste for in this next line, two line. Okay, so now I'm just change for in this other variable. So here I'm create for the name. Okay, and in this code change for the variable is state underscore student. Okay, so in this student I created. So here in this example I create a variable for its name and student status, and then use for the print function and to display the values. Okay, so now save, and then click for in this run. Okay, so here is the student is not marked. Okay, so now I'm just use for only name and age. Okay, so here is now remove, and then save, and just wait for in this the run. Okay, so here the stations for is the okay, so here is the object name are not found. Okay, so here in this escape, and next tutorial create is the discuss for complete create for in this example. So now I'm switch for in this example, and here I'm create for the for loop. Okay, and there are types you must use the print functions, and to show for previously I'm sure for the output code, and for in this example I'm create for the for loops, and which you will learn more about in the for lecture in this the next tutorials. Okay, so now I'm just created first is a for loop. Okay, so here in this station first I'm create is the for, and now use for is the x, and x, and create for in first created is the one is clone 10. Okay, so now I'm create for in this color basis, and either you want to use the print function for the output code. Okay, so here I'll also use for the code inside, and are for expression for inside the color basis, like in the example. So here I'm create for the print. Okay, so now I use for the print, and now insert from the x. Okay, so now we use the print function, and in this example created completely. Okay, and now I'm save in this code, and just click for in this the run button. Okay, so now I'm in this the run press, and here now scroll. Okay, so here is a publicly printed for in this the output. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so this is the output for this example. Okay, so in this station I'm created for is the basic example use create for the syntax. Okay, so in this station I'm create for is the syntax of the R programming, and you will help learn the basic of our syntax. Now I'm used for the variables, and use for the for loops. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So in this station create for is the print for the output. Okay, for in this the our programming language. Okay, so now understanding how to display result is the fundamental for effective coding and debugging. Okay, so either you are new to R or looking to enhance your skills, so this tutorial will guide you through the news of the printing output using the Studio. Okay, so now let's get started. So here in this station, first time create is a print. Okay, so here create for is a print. Okay, and then create for the parentheses, and then use for the message for is this is our studio. Okay, the studio, and then in this program for save. Okay, and then click for in this run. Okay, see here is print for the output, so this is our studio. Okay, so here I'm also created for the print. Okay, so now I'm create for the print, and then in this station I'm create for the parentheses, and here I'm insert created for the simple code for is a hello for R. Okay, so here in this code created, and in this station first time use the print function for a simple output. Okay, so then click for in the run. Okay, so here public print for the hello R. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the print section is create for is once is the other functions. Okay, see here in R where we have this various function to print for the output. So let's start with in this the basic sentence. Okay, so here I'm firstly printed for is the hello R, and then I'm using for is the cat functions. Okay, so here I'm just try it. Okay, so in this function is R run not. Okay, so now first create is a cat, and then create the parentheses, and here I'm use the double quotation. No, I'm just type for is for welcome. Okay, is that welcome. Then create for is the double quotation inside for 2, and again create for the double quotation, and here I'm create for is the inside create the R. Okay, so now I'm just trying typing for in this the first is a print for hello R, and now I'm create for the welcome to R. Okay, so now I'm use for is a print function and cat function to concatenate and display text. Okay, so now I'm just click for in the run. Okay, so it's perfectly printed for is the cat function used for the welcome to R. Okay, so this is the output. So now I'm going for in this the next topic, and here I'm create for the formatting for the output. Okay, so in this session for the formatting output is the crucial for the readability. So let's explore is the formatting options in R. Okay, so now I'm just going for, so first of all I'm just type for cat, and then create parentheses, and here first create for is the name. Okay, and click clone and name. Just choose for the name is the Mary. Then again create for the new line. Okay, so in this cat function created, and now I'm create for another cat function. Okay, so now here I'm inside created for is a variable. Okay, so here is created, and then inside for the age is 25, and now create for is the new line. Okay, so it's created for the new line. Okay, so now I'm create for the formatting with the as printf. Okay, so first I'm type for is the formatting. Okay, is the formatted. Okay, is the formatted, and then create for is the underscore is text. Okay, and now I'm create for is the less than dash. So now I'm create for is the s print. Okay, is the formatted function is printed, and now I'm create for the parentheses, and here I'm just create for in this first and the type for is the name. Okay, the name is created for the percentage for is okay. Second create for is the age. Okay, and the age is the percentage for d, and now insert. Okay, so here percentage d, and there is not is s, and it's closing for the parentheses, and now open for is the another condition. So insert for is the name is Mary, and also created for this result is the age for 25. Okay, so now here in the station, and next line I'm created for is the print. Okay, so that is the print and create for the parentheses, and here it's called for is the formatted output. Okay, is the formatted text. So now create in this code, and take for this code is working or not working. Okay, so here use just this declaration for this the simple discussion for is the cat. First time use the cat for simple formatting, and use for the s printed function, and to create for is the formatted text with a placeholder. Okay, so now I'm just save and just going for in this the run. Okay, so here is for the output is not. Okay, so just wait it. Okay, so here it is the is once more time, and then use for and create for is the once more print function. Okay, so first of all I'm type for is the print, and then type for parentheses, and here I'm create for the hello smile. Okay, it's my new journey. Okay, new journey for our programming. Okay, is the our programming, and now this code save and just click for in this the run. Okay, so here in this the output for is the hello is my new journey for the our programming, because in the station is only printed for is the print, but it's not printed for is the is printed function. Okay, so in this function is the most discussion for the next tutorial. Okay, so in this session just create for the basic for printing for the output function. Okay, so I hope in this code in the station I'm perfectly created, and you are most packages for the more R programming coding. Okay, so in the station I'm just print for the output in the R programming, and you have learned for is the different methods for the display for the result effectively. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today's session created for is exploring is the most important topic for is the commenting or programming. Okay, so now is understanding how to add a comment is crucial for is the code readability and the collaborations. Okay, so either you're a beginner or looking to refine your code practice, so this tutorial will guide you through the art of the commenting in our using for the R Studio. Okay, so let's get started. So here now in this part of my comments are the essential. Okay, so in these comments are the answer heroes of code recommendations and provide for insight into the logic and making it easier for you and others to understand the code's purpose and the functionality. Okay, so here the just use for the single line comment created. Okay, so first of all create for is a hash. Okay, so in this for the hash is the comment is stored with a hash. When executing of code are ignore anything that is stored with hash. Okay, so now hash created. So now I'm creating for it a single line, then create for is the comment. Okay, so here created for is a single line comment, and now I'm just create for the first program is the green, and create for the hello guys. Okay, the hello guys, and created. So here I'm use for again for the hash. Okay, and create for is the this is comment. Okay, so in this comment and created. Okay, so in this example I use for the single line comment and explore the purpose of the code line. Okay, so now I'm just click for the run. Okay, so here this for the first create is the single line is called. Okay, so in this session just create for is the single line comment. Okay, so I'm just for use only for is the hello guys users. Okay, so now in the session just remove for is the print section and then only use for the hello. Okay, so here in this code for save and just going for the session. Okay, so here just print for the run. Okay, so here perfectly is this the output for show. Okay, so this is the output is hello guys. Okay, so in this session I'm just use for the comment at the end of the line of code. Okay, and so is first is the first in this the is top created for the single line comment and in the inside created. So this two system is the two type comment create for is one example. Okay, so here I'm using for the once more is message. So in the so is the hello ABL. Okay, is a hello if you want, and then click for in this the run. Okay, so here is created for the output. Okay, so now in the session I'm just created for is the comment. Okay, so now I'm just created for the comment is okay. So here it's not, it cannot remove, and here I'm create. So first I'm create is the hash and create for is the message for is the good morning. Okay, so good morning is a comment line. Okay, so here in this comment line I'm creating for is a double condition inside. Okay, so here comment created, and now I'm just print for the message is the good evening or afternoon. Okay, it's afternoon. So now here in this message are created, and then in this code now I'm save and the going for in this the run. Okay, so here in this the output are printed for the comment for the good morning, and is the printing output for hello afternoon. Okay, so here I created in this session just created the for the single line comment. Okay, so next step create for the multi-line comments. Okay, so unlike the programming language, so you create for is the multiple comments. Okay, so in this the multiple comments are created for is the code are the most attractive. Okay, so now I'm just going for in this session, and here you create for is the multi-line comment. Okay, so now here is not in this I'm just space dash. So first I'm create is the hash, and here I'm create for is this is a comment. Okay, and next line I'm create for once more comment for is the writing in more code. Okay, and if first I'm create is the writing, and now is the create for the hash. Okay, so here in this created for remove for the error, so code more code just online. Okay, so here in this comment are created. Now create for the message. So here I'm create for what is the hello, then create for the R programming. Okay, is the R programming, and close for in this the parentheses. Okay, so now in this code for save. Okay, and then I'm just going for in this run. Okay, so here this is the output per printed for in this the output for is the hello per R programming is the comment, and is the output for is the multi-line comment. Okay, so here the station I'm completed created first created is the single line, as secondly created for is the multi-line comment. Okay, so in this tutorial create for the comment in R programming, and if I have learned the significance of the comment and how to use for single line and multi-line comments. Okay, I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's a new tutorial. So today in this the world of the variable in the R programming. So in this the variable is the fundamental to any coding language, and R is exception. So either you're the beginner or looking to the strengthen your foundation. So this is a tutorial will guide you through the essential of variables using the RStudio. Okay, so now let's get started. So here in this session, I'm just shortly discuss for what are the variables. Okay, so in programming, for the variables are contains for storing data values, and they allow you to manipulate and work the data in your program. Okay, so here in this session, first I'm create for the variable in R. Okay, so in this the variable are contained for storing data variable, and it does not have a command for the declaring a variable, and this variable is created for the moment you first assign a value to it. Okay, to assign a value to a variable user. So the first time create is the variable name, okay, and then created is the less than dash. So here the less than dash sign used, and then the output create print for is the variable value, okay. So first time create is the name is use for the name is the Smith, okay, and then also use for is the age variable is, and then inside for is the insert a value for the 30, okay. So now here is created, and then just type for is a name, and then type for is not is all the name, and then type for is the age, okay. So here in this station, I'm just created for is the variable for variable the name is a name, and the age and for the name value for Smith and age value for its 30 are values, okay. So here in this created for this code, okay. So here in this printed for the object is not found, okay. So just I'm use for the syntax for the variable, okay. So in this the station created, and now okay, so in the other programming language for in this the common to use the equal and assignment operator. So in R we can use for the both for equal, and then create for is the less than dash as the assignment operator, okay. So however in this for the less than dash is preferred in most cases uses the equal operator can be forbidden in some contexts in R, okay. So now it's R the simply declared for the variable and the value, okay. So now I'm going for in the print R the output variables, okay. So here in this section, first I'm create the compared to many other programming languages, and you do not have to use a function to print output a variable, so you can just type the name of the variable, okay. So here first time created for the name, okay. So however does have a name, okay. So now I'm create for is the name, and create for is less than dash. So now insert created, so name is the Smith Bob, okay. So now here created for the print in the variable, and now I'm create for is the name, okay. So here in this the name for is the auto printed a value of the name a variable, okay. So now here I'm create for the print function for available, and you want to use it, and this might be useful to are familiar with the programming language, okay. So now I'm just created for in this the print section, okay. So going for in this the print section. So here I'll firstly declare for is the name, and then use for the print for name, okay. So here just type is the print, and then name for is the double is the condition, the parenthesis inside, okay. So here in this print section created, okay. So now, and there you have in this term time for is the most used for the print function to the output, because in this print function is not declared in this the program output is error, okay. So now I'm here created for the print function, and then I'm just click for in this the run button, okay. So here they click the run, and in this the print is not defined, okay. So here print for value, so but is the problem. So here is the error, because in this example now is when for working with the use of for loops, and then I'm just here created the for loops, okay, and just create a first is x, in create a for is 1 dash 5, okay. So now I'm create a for is the curly braces, and here I'm just print for x, okay. So in this code, declare for is the print function, and use for the for loop, and the print function are the node to the output code, okay. So however, when a code is inside for our is the expression, and create for is the curly braces. In the example above, you the print function if you want to output the result, okay, because when use for in this the for loop, and then print for the x, and this show for the output, okay. So I'm just try it, so click for the run, okay. This is perfectly printed for in this the output, because I'm now use for the for loop, and it's print for the result, okay. So this is the output for in this code, okay. So here in this station, I'm just created for the variable, and inserted for the name and the values, okay. So in this session, for is this works up in this the tutorials for on the variable in the R programming, and you have learned for the what are variables, and the rules for the naming them is the various for the variable and the values, okay. So I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the fascinating world of handling the multiple variables in our programming. So judging the multiple variables in a case scale for any data scientist or analysis. So either you are new to R or looking to enhance your code manipulate skill. So this tutorial will guide through the working with the multiple variables using the R Studio. So now let's get started. So here, suppose I'm using for the creating for the multiple variables is straightforward. So let's explore for the different methods. So here first I'm create for the multiple variables. Okay, so suppose create is a name, okay. And then create is less than dash. What create the name is for Johan, and the next one I'm create for is the age, okay. And the age create for is the 30, okay. So here now I'm just in this for copy, and here I'm paste, okay. And now in the session, I'm just use for the hashtag, okay. The comment for the print variable, and now print for it is the only name, okay. So name, and just press for the enter. So here in the is the result for the output for the name is Johan, okay. So in this rule, again follow and take for the age, and just take it. So here is print for the output, okay. So this is the output. So here I'm creating for in this example for create a variable for name, age, okay. So next one I'm create for the another example. So here I'm create for the multiple variables for use as another example, and are allowed to assign the same value to multiply variables in online, okay. So now I'm assigning for the same value to the multiple variables in the online, okay. So here first I'm type for is the variable 1, and then create for is the variable 2, and also created for the var3, and created for is the var full. Okay, so here space less than dash. So now I use the apple. Okay, so here in this the created, and the next line just type for the print variable. So var1, and then var2, and then var3, and last one is var4. Okay, so here is the typing for in this variable, and just now in this code, so I'm copy, and in this output is the console. I'm just paste, and here also type for is the print. Okay, so hashtag is the print for variable the values. So first time type for is the var4. Okay, so just press for the enter. Okay, so the apple are printed, and then I'm again type for the var3. So it's the same result, and then again create is the var2 is the apple, and last one is again type for the var1 is the output is apple. Okay, so this is the output are printed. Okay, so the output, and just I'm sure for in this the global section. Okay, so here in this the output for the global environment printed for is the values. So name, age, and here is printed use for in this the values and variables. Okay, so here in this tutorials perfectly created for is the multiple variables. Okay, so I hope you in this tutorial for its concept is clear, and now in this section create for the handling multiple variables in our programming, and you will learn to how to create for in this the variable values. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today I'm creating for the exploring the art of choosing meaningful variables name in the programming. So now selecting for the clear and the concise variable name is essential for writing the maintainable and understandable code. Okay, so either you're a beginner or looking to refine your coding practice, this tutorial will guide you through the nuance of variables names using the RStudio. Okay, so here first I'm create for the important of the meaningful variables name. Okay, so now I'm choosing for the variable meaningful names in crucial for the code is readability and coloration. So let's understand why is this matter. So now first time create is the non-meaningful variable name. Okay, so here first time just create for is a, and create for in this rule. So first time create is a 10, and then create for is the b and sign, and create the result is 20. Okay, the value, and just create for is the result. Okay, so then in this created, so suppose use for a, and then create for addition b. Okay, so next slide just print. Okay, is the print function it use for is the result. Okay, so here in this the results are completed, and in this code just create for in this the console. Okay, so now in this the output for is the 30. Okay, so here this is the output. So is printed for is a is 10 and b is 20. Okay, this is the result are perfectly printed. Okay, so here in this example I'm used for the non-meaningful variables names for which can make a code is less clear. Okay, so now I'm just create for the next step, and here I'm create the variable naming rules for specific rules for the naming variable, and let's go through this rule to write clean and the complaint code. Okay, so now first I'm create for is the meaningful variable name. Okay, so first I'm type for is the my variable, and in this line for is the 10. Okay, and next one I'm just type for in this. So first I'm type is my, and then create is the variable. Okay, so here in this the sign for 20, and next one I'm again create for is the naming variable is the vary is the first and get the variable. Okay, so is the use of the avoid for using the okay. So you're created for the 30. Okay, so in the station for here in this the variable is a must for avoiding for in this the dot. Okay, so now so I'm again create for is the once more for the meaningful variable. So now I'm just a type for is at the my, and is the variable. Okay, so here created for the 40. Okay, so now I'm just created for the once more variable. Okay, and then less than for the result is 50. Okay, so here in this the most is the perfect variable for this is the one is the first section for the variable my variable underscore is 10 is the good. So with the demonstrate for the good and the bad variable is t, and the way here I'm create is the variables name and also created for the variables. Okay, so here now round for in this the variable. So here this time type for is the my underscore variable. Okay, so now first type for okay, so here is the variable, and then just press for enter. So it is not founded. Okay, so just here in this, so then here created, so hashtag just type for is the print. Okay, print variable, and next one just a type for in this. Okay, so here just create for is the space. Okay, so space. So now I'm just again type for is the my underscore is a variable, and just press the enter. Okay, so the perfectly printed for the output is the 10. Okay, so here just change is for the output is the 100, and then here just again in this, so just copy, and in this line paste, and just press the enter. So it's the node and save. Okay, the second dot or our extension. Okay, so here in this the error in line. Okay, so the save, and just here press for the create for the my in this not line. So here then type for is the my variable, and then change for here in this the very just take it. So here because I'm not declare in this line, so now in this for copy, and this line paste, and next one just the type for is the my variable. Okay, so here in this type, and just press the enter. Okay, so the perfectly printed for the output is 100. Okay, so this is the good variables name. Okay, so I'm also created for is the camel case and the snack case conventions. Okay, so here for our subword is both camel and case and snack case conventions for the variables name. So let's see how to use them. Okay, so here now is the rephrase, and in this line the variable for code. So first of all, create for the camel case, and first type the camel case, the total system total amount. Okay, the total amount and space less than dash 400. And next line create for the snake case. So here I'm create the total underscore is the amount and less than dash for 120. So here now create for the example and show for is the both case variable naming conventions. Okay, so now here in this for now inside here the console, and next line just type for in this the total. Okay, so type for is the total is the amount. Okay, so now the space for the enter. Okay, perfectly result is printed, and then type for the snake case. Okay, so it's the total. Okay, the total for underscore amount. Okay, so just press for the enter. Okay, this is the output are printed for on 120. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so here in this station I'm completed. So now in this tutorial create is the variables names in the R programming, and you learn why meaningful variables names matter, and the rules for the naming variables conventions like for camel case and snake case uses. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today I'm creating for the art of the concatenating elements in our programming. So in this, the concatenation of or the combining event is a common operation in data manipulations. So either you're a beginner or looking to enhance your R skill, so this tutorial will guide you to draw the various way to concatenate elements using the R Studio. So let's get started. So here, first of all, in this program in the R, so you can concatenate from both numeric and character element effectively. So let's explore into the diversity. So I'm just trying for the concatenating like numeric and character element is working or not working. Okay, so suppose a first create is the age, and dash create the age is 25, and next line I'm create is the message, and then again same rules follow, and then create for the double condition, and here just increase the years old. Okay, and next line I'm create for is the result. Okay, and the result and create for the dash. So first of all I've used the paste method, and now I'm just created the parentheses. So here inside the age, and then in the inside for is the message. Okay, so in this the message, so it's not. Okay, braces. So last one I'm just type for is the print, and here I'm print inside for is the result. Okay, so in this example, now concatenate a numeric value variable for the age. Okay, with a character the variable for the message using the paste function. Okay, so here just in this code for save, and then I'm just created. So here it is just depending for is the print for the result. Okay, so now I'm just going for the mean is the concatenate element. Okay, so here you can also concatenate or join two or more elements by using the paste function. So now combine both a text and a variable are using. So here first I'm create for the message. Okay, So first I'm create is the text, and then create for in this little sign, and here just create for is that good. Okay, so next line just type for is the paste, and create for the parentheses and double condition inside. First create is the R is and then closing for the parentheses, and here I'm inside for the text. Okay, so the text created and is graphical, and now I'm using here is used for the comma and to add a variable to the another variable. Okay, so I'm just take it out. Okay, so now I'm create for use and add for the another variable. Okay, so first of all use for the text and create for the good, and R is the text. And now create for is the text one, and created for is the text two. Okay, the text two, and then same process follow, and here I create for is the message for is the bad. Okay, so now I'm print a function use just type for print for the paste for is use the text one. Okay, text one, and create for is the comma, and here I'm type for is the text two. Okay, so in this code created so now I'm just save and then press for the run. Okay, so now I'm scroll so here. Okay, so the perfectly printed for is the output for the text one, and text two is the good and bad. So okay, so here in this uses for the operator, and now create for is the number, and then create for the class operator for the work as mathematical operators. Okay, so here in this code for remove, and then just create for is the num1, and create a system. Here I'm use equal sign and create the 5, and then again type for is 2, and then use for the 10. Okay, so next one just create for is the num1, and then is the addition for is the num2. Okay, so now I'm just type for is in this run. So here in this station for the num1 and num2 is the error, but is who is in this, because no, I'm not declared for in this here. So now type for is again. Okay, so here in this the error, but if you try to combine a string or text and a number, and I will get give you up you and the error message. Okay, so here because I'm use for the combined string operator, and the result is the error. Okay, so now I'm use for in this the direct created for is the 60, and create for the addition and use for the 30. Okay, click for in this the so now I'm just type create is a press for the run. Okay, see here in this the output are printed for this now remove, and here is printed for the output is a 60 plus a 30 and 90. Okay, so now I begin to create for here use the for the 80 is use the as module for the 20. Okay, so now I'm sure for the result, so is the unexpected input. Okay, so I'm here in this sign. Okay, divide and then print. So here is 4 is perfectly printed. Okay, so here in this session just created for is a concatenating element. Okay, so in the R programming, and you have to learn to concatenate numeric and the character in the elements. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello, you will come back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the world of data types in R programming. So now understanding the data type in the fundamental of effective data manipulation and analysis. Okay, so now get started. So in this station, I'm create for the various data types using the RStudio. So first of all, I'm understanding for the data type. Okay, so if you are now to create for the effective programming analytics explorer for the void data type matters in R. Okay, so then first I'm creating for the importance of data types. Okay, so then first create is the age, and the create for the age is 35, and then create for is the name, and then create the name is the double quotation inside for Johan, and next one create for is a result, and the result for is the age, and now I'm use for the additional aperture, and then type for the name, and next line just print for the result. Okay, and print, and here input for the result. Okay, so here these are created, and now in this session use for the mix the numeric and character data types, and leading to the unexpected result. Okay, so now I'm just going for this save. Okay, so now I'm just going for in the console, and here I'm just type for the result. Okay, and press for the enter. Okay, so in this the result, so it's not is import this code. So now I'm just type for the age. I just press the enter as the age is 34, and the next one I'm just type for the name, and is press for the enter, and here the name is Johan is painted. So here I'm created for the data type, and next station created for the numeric and integer data type. Okay, so in this the numeric and integer data types are used for the handling for the numerical value. Okay, so let's get started. So now I'm created for the integer, and then create the numeric value. Okay, so here now remove, and in this for refresh. So now first of all I'm just created for the numeric value. Okay, it's numeric underscore value, and then create for the numeric value is 10.5. Okay, and next one I'm created for the integer value. Okay, so then the integer value now type for is the 15L. Okay, and next line I'm just type for is the result. Okay, and then here the same for rules. So now first type is the numeric value, and type 4 is the multiplication. So here type the integer. Okay, is the integer value. Okay, so here now created, and last one then type 4 is the print, and the print section, and then I indicate for insert the result. Okay, the result. So now in this code save, and here just type for the numeric value. Okay, is the typing mistake for the new. Okay, so the numeric underscore here type the underscore and the value. Okay, so just press the enter. So here the error, but because just fix it. Okay, so now just print for the integer value. Okay, so the integer value. Okay, here not in this section, just type for the integer value and press for the enter. Okay, the perfectly printed for the value is 15. Okay, so now again type for the value is the output, so the numeric. Okay, so here the numeric value. Okay, and press the enter. Okay, so this perfectly printed for the result is the 10.5. Okay, so this is the output. So here in this example, I'm creating for the showcase the difference between the numeric and the integer data types and the perform calculations. Okay, so next one, create for the character. I'm already created for the character type data. Now I've created for the logical data types. Okay, so here in the is the represent for the truth value. So let's understanding how to use a logical data in R. Okay, so now in this station, I'm just type for the logical data. Okay, so now type for it the logical or the Boolean data. So now first I'm create the X, and then create for is the less than or dash, and use the logical operator for the two. Okay, so the two, and then going for in the next step, and here I'm type is the class. Okay, so and class inside just type for the X. Okay, so here in this the logical or Boolean operator created, and then a save, and then going for in the console, and here I'm just print for the X. Okay, so the result is 5 printed. Okay, so in this session I'm also created for the character or the instinct type data. Okay, so first of all I'm type for is X, and then create for is a less than test, and now the message screen for the R is most, and the type for is R is a most. Okay, so here type most useful language. Okay, useful is the language. Okay, so now here is created, and next line just type for is the class, and here I'm insert for the X. Okay, so now save, and then going for the console, and here I'm print for the X. Okay, and the output is for the X is printed. So now here is remove, and then again for type. Okay, so here just type for is the class, and then insert the X. Okay, so here is the integer type data printed. So in the session, just completely created for the data types. Okay, so here just type for the numeric integer character and logical or Boolean type data type. Okay, so here in this session I'm completely created for the data types in programming, so you are learned to the importance of understanding data types, and also created for the numeric integer character and logical type data types. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Welcome back to this tutorial. So today I'm created for the exploring the fascinating world of the numbers in our programming, and the number are the building block of many data science and statistical applications. Okay, so either you're a beginner or looking to refresh your knowledge, and this tutorial will guide you through the instance of the working with the numbers in R. So here in these numbers are the three types. There is a numeric, integer, and complex. Okay, so now I'll simply create a type for the three type, the numeric, integer, and complex. So first I'm type for X and less than dash. So now just type for is 10.5, and next one type for Y and the dash. So now type for is a 10. L is the integer data type, and then just type for is the date, and here I'm type for the complex data for 1. li. Okay, so on I. So now create for the complex, and then in the save, I'm just going for the console, and here I just type for the Z, and then press the enter. So it's the result for the 0.1i. Okay, because it's not uses dash, so again save, and then going for the Z not. So now console going and press the Z and enter button, click. So here in the result is the same as. So the complex data type. Okay, so next one I'm just going for indexation. So now I'll just print for the X. Okay, is the numeric data type, and press enter. So it's the print for the 5. Okay, so it's integer. So now I'm going for the numeric data type is the most common data type for R. Okay, so here just type for indexation. So here now remove, and it's refresh. So first time type for is X, not here, X and less than dash. So now type for is the 10.8. Next one type is Y, and then dash. So here I'm type for is 55. So now I'm create for the print of X and Y. Okay, so here X and Y. So in this for save, and then going for the console, and here I'm just type for the X and print the 5, and then just use the Y, and it's the error because it's for not numeric. Okay, so now I'm going for in the print function, and here I'm create for the name and X. Okay, so name for X and Y. So in this P not. Okay, so here just type for the X. Okay, so here in this the X, and just press the enter. So it's print for the 10.8, and then I'm just type for the Y and print for the enter. So it's perfectly printed for the F5 is a 55. Okay, so here it created for the numeric data type. And next time going for the next step, and here I'm creating for the integer or the numeric data without decimal. Okay, so now in this session use for the certain that you will never create a variable that should contain the decimal. Okay, so now I'm creating for the integer, and you must use the letter for the L. Okay, so here in this session just change for then use for the data is the 100L. Okay, the capital word L is used on 1000, and next one I'm just type for the L. Okay, so here in this the change, here this change. So this is for the easy way to create it. So now I'm just a type, and then I'm just going for, and here I'm just type for the X value, and press the enter. So it's perfectly printed for the 1000. And next one I'm just print for the Y value and create the Y, and then press the enter. So it's perfectly printed for the Y value for is the 55. Okay, so here I'm create the indexation, I'm create the integer variable, and must already uses for the L. Okay, so next session I'm going for is a complex data type create. Okay, so now the session I'm just type for the X and Y value, and here I'm use for the complex data type. So first type is 3, and then addition for is 10. Okay, and next line I'm just print for the 50L. Okay, is a 50 okay, now create it, and then print for the X and Y value. Okay, so now in this for save, and I'm just taking it. So here I'm just print for the X value, and it's not. So now it's refresh. So this code is going inside from the console, and just press for the enter, and it's ready for the consoling in this two variable for X and Y. And now in the session also created for print section that uses for the class. Okay, so it's the class. Now print for the X, and just press the enter. Is a complex data type, and then again create for is the class, and then parentheses and type for the Y, and the press the enter. So it's also the complex data type. Okay, so now in this code is a take is the integer or not. Okay, so now in this code just change, and it's the L, and here is L. Okay, and then save, and just going for in this session. So now I'm just type for the class and print for the X value. Okay, and press the enter. So it's complex, because in this same code added for the complex section is not changed for the value. Okay, so now I'm just going for next step create for the type conversion. Okay, so you can convert from one type to another with the following function: for the numeric method, as a dot integer method, and as dot complex method. Okay, so now just use the two data type for the integer and the numeric. Okay, so in this now I'm just refresh, and this now delete, and now I'm use new create for the variable and the value. Okay, and then here I'm create for the 2L is the integer data type, and the next one create for the numeric data type. Okay, so next one create for is a convert from is the integer to numeric data. Okay, so first time A, and then dash. So now I use for the type conversion. So now I'm create for the as dot the numeric. Okay, so numeric or X. Okay, so next one it convert from the numeric to integer. Okay, so now type for is a B, and then less than dash. So now use for as method dot create the integer data for Y is the variable for Y. Okay, so now save, and I'm just print for the X value. Okay, so here is the inserted for in this the 2 value. So the copy and paste for the console. So now here type for the X variable, and show the X values 2, and then again type for the Y and press the enter. So it's the print for the integer is the numeric value, is the value data type. So now print for the class name A and B. So just simply type for the class, and then in this step print for the A. Okay, just press enter. So it's print for the numeric data type, because here is already inserted, and create for A is the numeric. Okay, so now again type for the is a class not. Okay, removing. So here I'm just type for is the class for B. Okay. So then press the enter and it's perfectly printed for the integer data type. Okay. So here is the numeric data. It's the B. Okay. So it's Y and B. So in this for also this copy and paste for in this line. And here just again try for in this class and type for B and press the enter. Okay, so perfectly printed for the output is class B is the integer data type. Okay, so in this station almost clearly in this station complete. Okay, so in this tutorial create the numbers in the R programming, and you have learned about the numeric data type for the basic create for the numeric integer and the complex data type. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the mathematical operations in R programming, and understanding how to perform the mathematical computation to a fundamental for data analysis and statistical work. Okay, so either you're a beginner or looking to enhance your R skills, so this tutorial will guide you through the various mathematical functions and operations in R using the R studios. Okay, so let's get started. So now in this session firstly created for the arithmetic operations. Okay, so now R provides for the powerful tools for the basic arithmetic operations. So let's start with the fundamental. Okay, so now I'm creating for the basic operations for A. Okay, so type A and the rules for that 10. Okay, and next one I'm just type for is the B, and here I'm type is the B for 5. Okay, so now I'm creating for the sum for this the A and addition for B. Okay, and next one type for is the difference short from D4. So now is a difference I've used for the A and subtraction for B. The subtraction B. And next line I'm just type for is the multiplications. Use the simple form is the multi, and then press the less than dash. So there's the same rules follow up. Create the multiplication sign for B, and last one create for it's the divide. So here the divide less than dash A divide the full slash for B. Okay, so here in this example I'm create for is the basic arithmetic operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Okay, so now press the enter. So here I'm just show for the result for sum. Okay, and press the enter. So here's the result for the 50. Okay, next one I type for the differ. Okay, and press the enter. So the differ is the 5. Okay, so next line I'm create for is the multiplication result, and type for multi and press the enter. So the result for the 50, and the last one I type for is the divide, and press the enter. So the result is 2. Okay, so this session perfectly created for the console output. Okay, so now I'm going for is another step. So here I'm creating for is the mathematical functions. Okay, so our console is equipped with a variety of mathematical functions. So let's explore for the sum command commonly used. Okay, so here and this for the remove. So first I'm create for here in this station create the square expression and the log for logarithm functions. Okay, so in short form I create for the sqrt, and there's the dash. So again create is QRT, and the method is the value for 25. And next one I'm creating for is the expression is less than dash for EXT, and the value for is 2. And again create for is a log, and then less than dash for is a log is 10. Okay, so now here in this code created, and in this example I'm used for the mathematical functions for the like square root, is exponent, and a station, and a logarithm for the deterministic here uses. Okay, so now you just press the enter, and here I'm sure for the result is that it square root. Okay, is the square root SQRT, and press for the enter. So is the result for the 5, and next is the exponential for EXT, and press the enter is the 7.3 something. Okay, and last one I'm create for the log value, so press the enter is print for the log 2.3025 something. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so in the session I'm perfectly created for the arithmetic operations, and next create for the mathematical functions. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello programmer, welcome back to the tutorial. So today I'm creating for the fascinating world of string in programming, and strings are essential for handling the text data, and mastering them is the key to many data science applications. Okay, so now let's get started. So here in this session, first I'm create is the string of literals. Okay, so in this the strings are used for the store data. Okay, so now in the station, first I'm create is a string is the surrounded by either a single question marks or the double question marks. Okay, so here first I'm create the station. So now scroll. So now first I'm create is the double quotation. Okay, so now I'm type for is the R programming. Okay, programming, and then press for the enter is the correctly is the R programming, and then create for is the single conditions. Okay, so here and again type for R programming, and press for the enter. Okay, so it's the same as in this process. So the R programming, double condition, and the single condition for is the same as. Okay, so in the session just to create for the creating a string. Okay, so in this the R string can create be using various methods. So let's explore how to create and work with a string. Okay, so here first I'm create is a string variable, string var, and then I create less than dash. So here I'm create for the double quotation inside for hello R. Okay, so now I'm just press for the enter, but it's the example create a string variable containing the text for hello R. Okay, so here in this the hello R containing the text is creating for a string variable. Okay, so next station create for the string manipulation. Okay, so the string manipulation is the crucial for the cleaning and the transforming text data. Let's see how to manipulate a string in R. Okay, so now in this station first time create is the original string. Okay, it's the original string, then create less than dash. So here I'm just type for the R is a sum. Okay, and then next line I'm just type for is a modified string. Okay, string and less than dash. So here just type for is a paste method, and now insert first the original string, and the just type for in this the double quotation inside, so is the list code. Okay, so here now it's created, and in this code is defined for with the perform the string manipulation using now is the base function to concatenate the string. Okay, so now just press the enter. So here in this code are created the concatenation code. Okay, now use for the paste method and concatenate for the original string. Okay, so here the same type for is the original string, and press for the enter. So press the R is awesome. Okay, and this time for is the modified string. Okay, is the modified string, and press for the enter, and this the update for the modified string is created is R is awesome. Okay, let's quote. Okay, this is the output. So next time I'm going for the next step. So here I'm hit for the string length. Okay, so there are many useful string function in R, and suppose for example now I find the number of character in a string use the end character function. Okay, so here first I'm just type for is the str string, and less than dash. So here I'm print for the hello program. Okay, hello program created, and next on this type for end character. Okay, end character function, and here inside created for the call for the str. Okay, so now just paste the enter. So here is press for the string length for the 30. Okay, so here I'm just counting for in this, and result is must be print for the 30. Okay, so now I'm going for in this next step for create for the take string. Okay, so now use for the is create on L function to take if a character or sequence the character are present in a string. Okay, so here first I'm type for str. Okay, so str is not okay str, and then create a dash is a less than test. So here print for is the hello programming. Okay, hello programming, and on next line I'm type for in this the is simply type is the grape. Okay, is grape L, and then first type is the parenthesis, and here just type for this double quotation inside for each. Okay, so then again create for the str. Okay, so I'm going for the next line, and it's the true. Okay, so in this function the result is true, and next one just create for the grep. Okay, again the grep L and the method, and here insert from the text for is the hello, and also type for is str. Okay, so now the press the enter is the true. So again just take for in the grep L function, and here just type for is the double quotation inside for x, and now type for the str function. Okay, so just press the enter. So it's a false result printed. Okay, so this is the output for the session is create the tag is string. Okay, so I'm going for the last step, create for the combine string. Okay, so now I'm use for in this the once more use the paste function. So I'm again use the paste function to create a merge or concatenate to a string. Okay, so suppose I'm just type for is the str1 and then dash was then dash. So here I'm print for the r. Okay, and then next line again create for str. Okay, str and less than dash. So here I'm create for the r is a programming. It's programming created, and then next line I'm use for is the paste function. Here I'm import first import str1 and then again insert for str2. Okay, so now the paste the enter and the result is perfectly printed. So the output is the R programming. Okay, so in the two string create for the merge and the concatenate. Okay, so here the session create for the string are perfectly. Okay, so in this string for the R programming, for you have learned how to create string and then create for the manipulate and create take string and then create the combine to string. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating and exploring the world of the script character in R programming. So escape character are the special symbols that allow to include character in a string and that could otherwise be difficult or impossible. So either you are a beginner or looking to enhance your art skills. So this tutorial now is the perfectly guide you through using the escape character in using for the R Studio. Okay, so now let's get started. So here in this session, first I'm just short discuss for the escape character. Okay, so in this session I'm discuss for the escape character is basically for the special character, the prefix and with the backslash that change the interpretation of the following characters, and let's understand their significance. Okay, so now I'm just create for the escape character. Okay, so here first create is a new. Okay, so here I'm just type is a new and then create for is the line. Okay, so now I'm create a less than the dash. So now first create the text is this is line 1. Okay, and now I'm use for the backslash and for the new line, and now I'm just type for the message is this is line 2. Okay, so here just now create for the escape character, and in this example I'm use the escape character for the new line to create a new line in the string. Okay, so now just press the enter and here I'm type for the new line. Okay, so just press the enter. Okay, so perfectly printed for the output is this, it's line 1 and then new line in this is the line 2. Okay, so this is the output. So next station I'm creating for the common escape character in R. Okay, so in this R support for the various escape characters. So let's explore some commonly used on and their meaning. Okay, so now I'm just create for the tab example. Okay, and then create a less than dash. So here first I'm typing the message is column 1 and then create for the backslash and just I'm type for it the T column 2. Okay, it's a column. Okay, So here now create the next line, I'm create for the quote. Okay, the quote example created less than a dash. So here I'm just type for the message is he said. Okay, he said, and then type for is a backslash, and now I'm create for the hello. Okay, hello, and then complete for the double quotation. Okay, so again now I'm created for is the backslash, and here I'm type for in this. Okay, so now this example created completely. Okay, so now in this example I'm create and use the skip character like the T for a tab, and for backslash include the double quotes within a string. Okay, so now I'm just press the enter, and here false type is the tab. Okay, and then print for the enter. Okay, so this is the perfectly printed for output the column 1 and T for the column 2. Okay, so just type for the quote and press enter. So here in this output, so for he said hello. Okay, so this example are perfectly created. Okay, so in this tutorial is a more short just discussed for the sculpt character. Okay, so in this session I'm created for the sculpt character in our programming, and you have learned what is the characters are expressed in the commons one and see the practical example. Okay, so I hope you enjoy this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today I'm creating for the Booleans or logical value in R programming. So Boolean plays a crucial role in the decision making and control for a loop. And either you're starting your R programming journey or looking to reinforce your skills. So this tutorial perfectly and fully guide you through using the Booleans in R using and RStudio. Okay. So now let's get started. So here first create a further understanding for the Booleans in R. So in the R is represent for the logical value. Okay, so either it's true or false. Okay, so let's dive into the basic. See here, first type for is true. Okay, is a true function, and then let's then test create for the true. Okay, next line I'm creating for the is underscore false, and then create in this root. So here I'm just type for is the false method. Okay, so in this example I'm just create for the Boolean variable with values true and false. Okay, so now just press enter, and here first I'm type for is the is underscore for true, and press the enter. Okay, this is the result for the true. Okay, so next step I'm just type for is the false. Okay, it's the perfectly printed the false result. Okay, it's the Boolean value. Okay, so next step I create for the logical operators. Okay, so the logical operators allow us to perform the operations on Booleans. So let's explore the commonly used for the logical operators. Okay, so here first I'm creating for is and let's then test. Okay, so type is a true. Okay, and next line is the same process I follow, and then create in this the result the type for the false. Okay, false, and I'm create for is the and operator. Okay, then create the end result A and sign A and B. Okay, So next one I create for the OR operator. So type, so first I'm create A and then OR sign for B. And the last one create for is the NOT operator. Okay, so now first I'm create is the NOT A. Okay, so complete in creating for this the operator, and I'm take for the result. Okay, so here I'm used for the logical operators like first create is the AND or and NOT. Okay, so I'm take for in this the manifold for the booleans value. Okay, so now I'm press at the enter, and first I'm take for the AND operator. Okay, so here is the false. So now I'm just print for the all, and it's the true result printed, and last one type for is the not operator. So the false. Okay, so it's not logical. Is the Boolean operators. Okay, the Boolean's value. So perfectly created for in the logical operators, and the last one I'm create for in this station use the if statement and create for the conditions. Okay, so now the station first type for is A or less than dash. So suppose I'm used for the 100, and the next one I'm create for the result show is the less than dash. So now I'm create the 50. Okay, so and I'm used for the if statement, and here I'm type for the condition. So first condition create for A is greater than B, is B is greater than A. Okay, and then create the curly braces. So curly braces inside. So here in this. Okay, so here in this line is for the card. Okay, so now here, okay, so I'm again typing for in this, so it's the error. So in this for copy, and here I'm paste. Okay, so type this code. First I'm type is, and I'm use for the 150, and next one type for is the then on that. Okay, so now I'm just use for the if statement and create for the condition for the B is greater than A. And next line, first type is the parenthesis. So here now create first type for is the print. Okay, is the print. Now I'm create the parenthesis and double quotation inside. Create is B is greater than A. Okay, so next line here I'm just create for the else. Okay, so now I'm just for is the parenthesis curly braces. So is else. Okay, so you create the else and create this parenthesis insert for the type for is the print. Okay, and then print insert create the parenthesis, and then create for B is not greater than A. Okay, so now this code created completely, and then just press the enter because it's not the else in. Okay, so now the session not is declared. Okay, so now this again rules follow. Okay, Okay, so here I'm typing for in this code is newly, so now it's print for is the b is not greater than a. Okay, so it's the perfectly correct, and this is screen for the output. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So in this session, I'm created for the Booleans and logical value in the R programming, and here you have learned about the Boolean value for the logical operator, and same for the practical example. And last I'm created for is the if statement and create the conditions. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for what is the operators in R programming. So operators are fundamental for the performing various operations on data. So either you are a beginner or looking to enhance your R skill. So this tutorial for you, okay? So now let's get started. So here first created in this the operators for is the once more type assignment operator, logical operator, relational, and then create for the relational logical operator, assignment operator, and then last one is create for the using the space for data manipulations. So here first time create for the assignment operators. So here previously tutorial created for in assignment, but okay, now in this tutorial is also created for the assignment with the arithmetic operators. Okay, so now first time create the arithmetic operators. So here I'm first input for the a, and here was then dash. So suppose created 10, and next one just type for 5 is 5, and here I'm sure for the result is the sum is the additional operator created. So a plus sign for b, and next one I'm created for is the difference for is the differ. It's a short form I'm used for a minus b. Okay, and third I'm created for is the product for is the multiplications. Okay, product for a into b, and last one is create for divide for is now the core range. Okay, a short form used. Okay, so it's less than dash a / b. Okay, so now created for in this code. So here in this example I'm created for is the arithmetic operator. So I'm used for the additional, subtraction, multiplications, and divisions store result. Okay, so now press for the enter and show for the sum result. Okay, so the sum is 15, and then next step I'm created for is the differ. Okay, so press the enter, so it's the 5, and then upgrade is the product results show. Just press the enter is the 50, and last create is the core range, so short from QUO, and press the enter is the 2. Okay, so perfectly printed for the arithmetic operators. Okay, so I'm going for in the next step create for the relational operators. Okay, so here I'm now changed for the variable and value. Okay, so now I'm print for 24, and what is less than dash print for 34. Okay, it's the 18. Okay, so first I'm create for the greater than. Okay, greater than, and the result for is x is greater than y, and the next one just type for is the equal to. Okay, the short form is equal, and then create for is x and equal to operator, and third I'm create for is not equal. Okay, so now I'm insert for is the x is not equal for y. Okay, so now we created for in this result in this code and show for the result first I'm type for is a greater than. So press the enter is the true for in this result, and next one I'm just for the equal to result show, and just press the enter is the false. Okay, so it's not a relational operator. I thought I'm take for is the not, is a not equal. So just press the enter. So here is print the true because it is the x value and y value is not equal. Okay, so here I create for the relational operators and compare values with obtain the Booleans results. Okay, so in this session I'm created in this I'm also created. So now last one I'm created for the assignment operators. Okay, so in this the assignment operators is create use the assign value to a variable, and let's see how these operators work. Okay, so here first time type the variable is a variable for 42. Okay, and now I'm create for is the additional variable. Suppose I'm type for is the adding is the additional, or is the addition. Okay, addition variable, then less than dash. So here I'm just type for the variable. It's a variable addition operator for 10. Okay, so next one I'm create for is the assignment. So in short for use the assign sign. Okay, so now just paste the less than dash. So now I create for is the variable. Okay, variable and less than dash. So now I'm create for the 10. Okay, so in this session I'm just create for the demonstrate different assignment operator, and including for the simple assignment and change the assignment operator. So okay, so now just press the enter. So here I first type take the additional operator for the additional, and just press enter is the perfectly print is 42 plus 10 is the result is the 52. Okay, so now I'm just type for is the assign result show. Okay, so in this last assign and just press the enter is perfectly print for the result is 10. Okay, so this is the output. So here is this result are created for in this result perfectly in this operator created for the first created arithmetic, logical, and the last one create for the assignment operators. Okay, so this section perfectly created for the operators in our programming, and if you have to learn for the arithmetic, relational, and assignment operator and send the practical example. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching it. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the exploring the powerful for the if-else statement in our programming. So in this, the if-else statement are the essential for the decision making for in your R script. Okay, so either you are new to R or looking to enhance your skills, so this tutorial now I'm guide for it perfectly. So through using the if-else statement R programming and using for the RStudio. Okay, so now let's get started. So in this session, first I'm create for the if statement. Okay, so in the if statement is written with the if keyword as is used to the specifying in this the box created for the code is executed, and if inside first now create the condition. Okay, so now going for in this RStudio text editor. So here I'm first type for A and less than dash. So first I'm type the result is result is it's not result for now. First create is the value for 50. Okay, and next one the type for is B, and the result is the type for the 145. Okay, so here first type for the if statement, and inside here the condition for B is greater than A. Now create for the curly braces. So curly braces inside first type the print, and then print is the create the text for B is greater than A. Okay, so here now code created, and in this example use for the two variable for A and B, and use a part of the if statement to test either B is greater than A, and as A4 is 50 and D4 is 145. Okay, so now we know that is the 145 is greater than the third is the 50, and so print for the result for in this screen. Okay, so now this press enter, and here this the output for B is the greater than A. Okay, so in this the result is true. So now I'm going for in this next step I'm create for the example here I'm create for if else statement uses. Okay, so in this the if statement allow us to make decision based on conditions, so let's understanding for in their significance. Okay, so now just type for the age. Okay, and the age is 20. So now I'm use for the if statement and create the condition for is greater than equal for 18. Okay, so now create the curly braces. So here the message create is the message for is less than for the message for you are and as a. So and this created. So now just type for the else statement and create the is a curly braces. So here just type for the message for is less than dash double quotation inside the type for the you or mine. Okay, so now created for in this result, and here is outside, and now I'm created for the print. Okay, is the print, and then print the message. Okay, the message, so it's only message. Okay, so now here in this station, for example, now use for the if and else statement create to determine if a person is an adult based on their age. Okay, so now the press enter, so is expected. Okay, so I'm just create for in this result. Okay, so I'm going for is again create it's not error, it's a tiny, and now I'm use for the condition. Okay, so it's created for if statement, so it's create the age and is greater than equal for 18, and create the curly braces. So here I'm use the print function. So first here inside I'm create for the you are an adult. Okay, so in this session created, so next one use the else statement and create the curly braces. So here I'm just type for the print and create this print and create the message for the U R A minor. Okay, it's the minor. So now in this code created completely and just show for the result. Okay, so perfectly printed for the result, so the output for you an adult. Okay, so in this example create word first in this program for error, nextly perfectly created in this result. Okay, so here in this session created completely, and now I'm just going for in this next step, and here I'm used for the if and if else statement. Okay, so let's dive into the some practical example and real life example uses. Okay, so now in this I'm just double enter press. So now I'm use the else if statement. So in this else keyword catch anything which isn't catched by the presenting conditions. Okay, so here I'm just type for the variable and also type the value. So now I'm use for the value 2050 and b value inserted for the values 45. Okay, so in this session first I'm create the condition. So first condition is b is greater than a, and now create for the curly braces, and here I'm just for the print. Okay, and there's the print and the message for is b is greater than a. Okay, so it's created, and here I'm use for the else if statement, and now create the condition. So here I'm use the is equal to b. Okay, so now create the parenthesis. So parenthesis inside first type for is a print. Okay, and print the message for is a and b are equal. Okay, so in this created, and now just create for the else statement. Okay, else and create the curly braces. So now create for the print function and print here the result is a is greater than, okay, greater than b. Okay, so I'll create it for in this full code. Okay, so now take for in this the output. Okay, so just press the enter. Okay, so is the perfect is the if for b is, so in this session falsely uses for if b is greater than a, and then create for the else if statement a is equal to b as print for the result is, and then use for the else statement, and now use for the print section. Okay, so now I'm just in this copy and again paste for this console. Okay, so in this code for is a retype and then check for the output. Okay, so now just press the enter. Okay, so it's perfectly printed for the output for a is greater than b. Okay, so this is the output for in this code. Okay, so first program is the error, but I'm not is the sizing for in this code. Okay, so create for is one online, and here perfectly is this code created, Okay, it's the same code, but it's different. So now it show screen for the output for is greater than. So in this station, I'm created for the if else statement, create for the decision making based on the condition. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm created for is the most powerful concept of the nested if statement for in the R programming. So the nested if statement allow us to make more complex decision based on the multiple conditions. So either you are new for the R programming, so in this tutorial for most help for you. Okay, so now I'm just going for in this R studio and let's create for the it's a simple code. Okay, so now here I'm using create for the nested if statement, and you can also have the if statement inside if statement, and this is the call for the nested if statement. Okay, so here I'm create for one example and perfectly discuss for the nested if statement what use and how to create and show the output. Okay, so first I'm type for here is the X for in this rules for the less than 10. So now I'm just type for the output for 50. So in this the output I'm use the result is at the 100. Okay, so now I'm create for the if statement, and here I'll create the condition. So first I'm create the condition is X and it's greater than for 20, and then create the curly braces. So here is the okay, so it's original. So I'm again type for the result is X in this the 100. So now I'm create for the if and create the condition. So it's created the X and it's greater than for 20, and to create the parentheses. So here I'm first type print message. Okay, and the print, and now in this session create the X is greater than 20, and then create the print, and now where the message for is double question create for is eval for 20, eval for is a 20. Okay, so now create the 20. Okay, so now I'm just type for the if statement. Okay, so here I'm just type for the if and create the condition for use the condition for X is greater than 4 is the 30. Okay, and now next line I'm just create for the parentheses the curly braces. So here I'm just create the print section. Okay, so now I'm the print create the condition is it's not a condition. So now I'm create the message for is and also above for 30. Okay, in this line created completely, and then on next line create for the closing braces. Okay, so here just type for the else and create for the opening braces. Okay, and next line create for the again print function. Okay, is the print, and now create for the message is a double quotation inside for but not above for that is the 30. Okay, so here in this code, in this message created, and then I'm just going for in this the next line, and here I'm type for the closing braces. Okay, so now again create for the closing, and here is now create for the else statement, and create for the opening for curly braces, and now I'm going for the next line, and here I'm just type for is the print. Okay, and now create the message is for is a double quotation inside for but not above for. It's and it also uses for the its level for, so a simple message is created for is the below for is 20. Okay, so here in this code created, and now I'm closing for in this the braces for the next line, so is the closing curly braces. Okay, so here in this code are completely created, and here I'm use for the if first use the if statement, and then create for the else, and then again create for the else because is the above 20, and is the correct for is this condition for the 30, and also print for also above for 30, and that is not correct, and then going for else statement, and here is the take for the message and the condition for the but it not above last one, again take for the else statement, and here is create for the below 20. Okay, so now just print for the result. Okay, so perfectly printed for the result for is the above is 20 and is also above 30, so this condition is true. Okay, so in this section I'm perfectly created for the nested if statement. Okay, so for the app programming, so you are learned how to use the nested if statement to more intricate decision making. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the exploring the and or operators in R programming. So these operators are essential for the combining condition in decision making. Okay, so now I'm using for the R Studio and create for the and or operators program. Okay, so in this session, and the and or operators allow us to combine for the condition for more complex decision making. And so let's understanding for in this code. Okay, so first I'm create is the and symbol is a logical operator and used to combine the conditional statement. Okay, so here I'm create for the one example. First I'm create is the test for if A is greater than B and if C is greater than A. Okay, so in this condition, and then I'm create for in the complete code. Okay, so first I'm create just here is type for the A and less than dash, so now I'm insert for the result is 100. Next one type for is B is the less than for 15, and C is less than dash for 20. Okay, so here inserted for the value and variable, and now in this station first time type for the if and create for here insert the condition A is greater than B, and now use for the AND operator for C is greater than A. Okay, so now create for the condition, and then I'm just going for in this next line, and here I'm creating for the opening curly braces. So next line create for the print. Okay, the print function, create the parenthesis, and here I'm insert for the both condition are true. Okay, both in this condition are true. Okay, so now here is the conditions, and then I'm just press for the closing braces. Okay, so next line I'm create the closing braces. Okay, so here in this code are created, and here I'm used for the and operators to create a complex for the condition based for in this the result. Okay, so now I'm just press the enter. So it's both in this condition are true. A is not equal, is the A not greater than for B. Okay, is a B for is greater than A. Okay, so and the condition for is if A is not greater than for C. Okay, so this is the output. So next one I'm creating for the OR operator. So in this, the OR symbol is a logical operator and is used to combine the condition statement. And here I'm used for the same rules follow and create for the OR operators. Okay, so now I'm just again type for the value for A and less than that. So now I'm used for the 20. Okay, and then B is greater than is or less than for 69, and then C is less than for 300. Okay, so now I'm used for the if statement, and if statement inside create the condition. So first I'm create is A is greater than B and use the OR sign. Okay, for A is greater than for C. Okay, so next line I'm create the opening curly braces is basically press for the enter. So I'm again type for in this code. Okay, the 20 is carefully created for this code. Okay, same variable and value I'm created. Okay, so now I'm here use the condition. So first created for the A is greater than B, and use the OR operator and create again for A is greater than for C. Okay, so now press the enter and create the curly braces, and now press the enter. So here I'm create the print function, and now first I'm creating the message for at least one of the condition is true. Okay, so now created the message, and then I'm closing for the curly braces. Okay, so here in this code are created completely, and now I'm take for in this the output. Okay, so now just press enter, and okay, so this is the result for at least all of the condition is true. Okay, so here is the B is greater than A for A, and then A is for C is greater than A. Okay, so it's a true condition for is true. Okay, so here in this station I perfectly created for in this result and show for the output on the screen. Okay, so in this session create and our operators for create our programming, and you have learned how to use this operator for the combining condition or if you have any question or want to see for more tutorials. So I hope you enjoy this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today I'm creating for the most powerful for the for loops in our programming. Okay, so in this the while loop allow us to repeatedly execute a block of code as long as a certain condition is true. Okay, so let's get started. So here in this the while loop, so first time discuss is the loop. Okay, so loops are the execute of a block of code as long as a specific condition is raised, and loops are handy because the same can reduce error and they make code more readable. So in this, a loop has the two commands for the for loop and the for loop. Okay, so in this session I'm creating a for the for loop for the R programming. So with the for loop we can execute our setup statements as long as the condition is true. Okay, so here I'm use the example, and the example for the print for I as long as for the I is less than for 8. Okay, so first time type for I is less than dash for 1, and next line I'm create for the while loop. Okay, so here first time type for the I is less than for 8, and then press for the opening curly braces, and now I'm create for the print. Okay, and now I'm print for I. So now I'm just going for the next line, and here I'm just type for is I and is less than dash for I is addition for 1. Okay, so next line I'm closing for the curly braces. Okay, so here in this code I perfectly created and then press for the enter. Okay, so this the perfectly print for the result 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, so here's print for is that 1 is increment. Okay, so next one in this the output, so here created for the loop will the continue for the product numbers for ranging from 1 to 7. Okay, so the loop will stop for 7 because the is 8 is or less than 8 is the false. Okay, so the for loop is required relevant variables to ready for. In this example I need to define for the indexing the variable for I with a set for 1. Okay, so next step I'm create for the break statement. Okay, so then is that the break statement we can stop for the loop even if the while condition is true. Okay, so now again I'm type for in this code. So now first I'm create is I is less than for 1, and type for the while loop, and here I'm first create the condition for I is less than in, and here I'm print for the what is the print function, and here inside for the I, and the next line is the randomly but is not true, so stop for this. Okay, so I'm again create for the break statement. So first time create is I is 1, and next line create for the while. Okay, so now I'm create for the I is less than 10, and next line create the color opening curly braces, and now I'm create for is the print function, and here I'm print for the I. Okay, so now I'm going for the next line, and here I'm create for the I is less than dash for I is increment 1. Okay, so now I'm again create for the if statement, and here create the condition for I is equal for 4. Okay, so now I'm going for the next line and create for the curly braces opening, and now I'm create for is the break statement, and then closing for the curly braces, and again last turn closing the in this the braces. Okay, so here now created for the break statement, and here in this the break statement create for in this the code and just paste the enter. Okay, so here's perfectly print for the 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so its stop is the 3 because we have choose the finish the loop by using the break statement when I is equal to 4. So here this the output for is the 4 equal 4 is the false, so it's painted for 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so this is the output. So last one I'm create for the next statement. So the next statement for we can escape the iteration without terminating the loop. Okay, so now I'm create for in this the next and show the output and escape the value of 3. Okay, so I'm again type for I and it's less than dash for 0, and now I'm use for the while statement, and now inside create the condition for I less than 6, create the curly braces, and here I'm create for the condition for I is increment 1. Okay, next one I'm again create for the if statement, and now here inside the condition for I is double is equal to 3. Okay, so then create the curly braces, and now I'm use the next statement and a xd. Okay, so in this next and then closing for the curly braces. Next slide I'm create print for the I value. Okay, print for the I and closing for the curly braces. Okay, so here the code created completely, and in this code use the next statement. Okay, so now just print for the enter, press the enter, and here print for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the 6 I'm inserted. For the I is less than 6, so here is printed for the 6 value for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, so here in this section I'm create for the while loop is pre-step this statement using for our programming. So now you are learned how to use the for loops for the repetitive task. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I will create for the efficient and versatile for loop in the R programming. For loop allow us to iterate over a sequence of values, making over for the repeat task average. Okay, so now let's get started and create for the for loops. Okay, so here basically the for loops are powerful tools for the iteration, and let's try understanding for the for loops. Okay, so here's just a first type for the for. Okay, so it's a for and it's not. Okay, so it's a remove. Okay, so now I'm type for the for and create the parentheses. So here I'm just type for is I in, then create a for is the 1 is clone 5. Okay, so here created, and the next line create for the opening curly braces, and now type for is the print, and then print a function first uses the paste method, and here again paste and here create a message for the iteration. Is iteration clone and then print for the I value. Okay, so here created and then next line I'm closing for the curly braces. Okay, so here in this example I'm using for in for loops to print the iteration number of a sequence from the 1 to 5. Okay, so now it's print enter. Okay, so this is print for iteration 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so it's our done understanding for the for loops. Okay, so now I'm just going for and create one example, and here in this example I'm just create for the for loops and work in the real world scenario. Okay, so now first I'm type for the numbers. Okay, it's the numbers and create less than dash, so C, and then a first type is the value of 1 to 5. Okay, and next line I'm type for the sum result. Okay, and the sum result is less than 0. Okay, and now I'm create for the for loop and the parentheses. So now I'm use the num in numbers, and next line I'm create the opening the curly braces and opening curly braces inside the type for the sum result is less than dash for again create the sum result plus num. Okay, so it's only num, and now I'm closing for the curly braces, and outside just print is print a function use, and here I'm just paste a function create the sum of numbers, and it is comma, so it's called for the sum result made. Okay. So here in this code created, so in this example I've used for a for loop to calculate the sum of the numbers in a sequence. Okay, so now just press the enter, so it perfectly print for the sum of the numbers is the 50, is the 15 printed. Okay, so this is the output for in this code. Okay, so here I'm use for this for loop also use the break statement, so you can stop for the loop before it has a loop through all items. Okay, so here I'm creating for the break statement. Okay, so now I'm use for the first. Okay, it's a variable name first and create a less than dash, and now use for the list. Okay, so list inside I'm create for the first name first is the apple, and then also create for the banana, and next first name is the orange. Okay, is the orange, on the okay the apple, banana, and then first name for the Terry. Okay, the Terry, so now it's print Terry and create it, and now I'm going for in this the next line, and here I'm create for the for loop, and then for loop first I'm create the condition for x in first, And next line I'm create for the opening curly braces. So now I'm again create for the if statement, and if statement inside create for the again condition for the x is equal to then the Terry. Okay, the first is Terry, and again created for the opening curly braces, and now I'm created for the is the break statement. Okay, so next line I'm created for the closing, and now I'm created for the print statement and print for the x result. Okay, so I'm closing for the curly braces. So here in this the loop for will stop to Terry because we have the children to finish the loop by using the break statement. Okay, so now when is x is equal to Terry and print for the result, so not just print, so is a print for the x is equal for the apple and the banana. Okay, so in this station I'm completely created for the for loop. Okay, so last one created also for the break statement. Okay, so in this session I'm created for the for loops perfectly using the programming for the iStudio, and you are fully learn how to use for the for loops for efficient iteration. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial, so thank you for watching. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm created for is delving into the world of nested loops in programming. Okay, so the nested loop allows us to execute on loop inside for another, adding a layer of the complexity to our iteration. Okay, either you are new to R or looking to enhance your skills, so this tutorial will guide you through using the nested loop and using the iStudio. Okay, so let's get started. So here first I'm creating for the nested loop provide a way to perform the more complex iterations. So now let's get started. So here first I'm creating for the for loops. Okay, so here is a for and create the parentheses. So first create is the R in 1 is clone for 3. Okay, next line I'm create for the opening curly braces, and then here again create the for loop, and then parenthesis inside for the variable for the j in 1 is a clone 2. Okay, so space remove, so it's created, and then I'm going for the next line, and here again created at the opening curly braces. So now I'm just print a function create print for inside use the paste function, and now I'm type for the iteration, the fastest iteration I, and also here inside double quotation inside for dash, and last one create for the say variable. Okay, so here in is the print function created, and then I'm closing for the curly braces. Okay, so now this the nested loop are created, and here in this example I'm used for the nested loops and to print for a combination of the iterations. So just print enter, so it's a combination for the output for the iteration 1 dash 1 dash 2 dash 1 2 dash 2 3 dash 1 and 3 dash 2. Okay, so this is the combination result are printed for the I and j. Okay, so next line I'm created for the inside for another loop created, so this is called for the nested loops. Okay, so here just created for the multiplications a table for the nested loops. So now I'm again create for the for loop, and here inside the condition for I in 1 is clone 5. Then next line creates the starting curly braces out. So now again type the full, and to create the parentheses for I in 1 clone 5, and then create the opening curly braces, and now print here inside for again create for the for loop. Create the parentheses. So here is create for j in 1 is clone 5, then again open for the opening curly braces. So here now I've used for the result method the spelling typing mistake. So now here I'm used for the less than dash and create for the I at multiplication j. So next line I'm just print a function created and print a function inside. Again it creates for the paste method. So paste method inside first I'm type for the I, and to create the table creation inside create x, then again type for j, and j is double creation inside create the equal, and last one type for the result method. So here in this the print a function created, and then next line I'm created for the closing curly braces. So here in this example use for the nested loops to create a multiplication table. So now just press the enter. So is print for the perfect result. So it's multiplications result the output. So it's the 1 into 1, 1 into 2, 1 into 3, 4 is a branch loop created for the 5. Because is the 5 printed is indicated is a declare for the 1 is the clone for 5. So you use for in this 1 is 23. So as you wish. So in this session I'm completely created the nested loops. So here in this tutorial perfectly created for the nested loop in our programming. So and use the nested loops for the indicate iterations in your choice functions. So I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today create for the functions in our programming. So a function allow us to encapsulate and reuse code to enhancing the modularity of our programs. So now let's get started. So here a function is a block of code which only runs when it is called, and you can pass the data, so known as the parameters, into a function. So the function can return data as a result. So now first I'm create a function keyword. So now I'm going for in this the RStudio toolkit, and here I'm just type for and create a simple function keyword. So first I'm type for is here is the type is my function. And then create for is less than dash, and call for the function keyword. Is the function keyword created, and here it create a function with the name by my function. Okay, so now I'm just going for the create for the the opening curly braces, and here I'm just type for the print section. Okay, so now I'm type the print, and here I'm inside from the output is hello. Okay, R programming is the R programming created, and then I'm just going for in the next line and create the closing curly braces. Okay, so here in this station I'm just create a function keyword. Okay, so now I'm just press the enter and see the result. Okay, so here in this session I'm just create for the my function for is function create, and now I'm print for the hello world is the print, and then closing the braces. Okay, so now I'm just call for in this the my function. Okay, so here type for the my function keyword. Okay, and just press the enter, and okay, see the output for is the hello R programming. Okay, so now I falsely created a simple function keyword. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the next step, and here I'm creating for call a function. Okay, to call a function, use the function name followed by the parentheses like the my function method. Okay, so here first again the previous example follows, so now I'm created the is the my function, and here I'm just in this and just type for the less than dash, and here I'm called for is the function keyword. Okay, and then I'm just going for the next line, and here type for the print. Okay, is print, and then insert again create for is the double condition inside create for the hello world. Okay, is the hello world created, and then I'm closing for the curly braces. Okay, so here are created for the calling functions. Okay, so in this the calling function created, and now I'm just create for the call function name the function my function. Okay, so now I'm just type for is the my underscore function method. Okay, so now I'm just press at the enter. Okay, it's perfectly print for the result for the hello world. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so next one I'm create for is the one example create the parameter and return values. Okay, so here in this function often take the parameters and return values to explore how to use them. Okay, so now I'm create for in this the console. So first I'm type for is the my multiply. Okay, is the multiply and less than dash. So now I'm simply create is the function. Okay, and now I'm inside for the variable name for A and another variable for B. Okay, so next line I'm create for the opening curly braces. Okay, so now I will just type for the result. Okay, is result, and create for in this less than dash rules for R, and create the multiple application B. Okay, so now I'm going for in this next line and create for is the return. Okay, return. Now I'm inside from create the result. Okay, result created, and then I'm closing for the curly braces. Okay, so here in this code I'm created for the parameters and return values. Okay, so now I'm created for the calling functions. Okay, so here I'm just type for is the product. Okay, So it's the product, and then create the less than. So I'm called for is the multiply. Okay, it's a multiply. So here I'm inside for the variable is the value for 5 and 10. Okay, so next line just type for is the print. Okay, and now create for the paste. Okay, the paste. So here I'm just create and the curly braces, and now a type for is the program. Okay, is the product and clone, and now call for is the product functions. Okay, so here is this the product, and now in this code are created completely. So in this example, I'm create the function is multiply that takes the 2 parameter and the return their products. Okay, so now just press the enter, and so is the return for the product is a result of the output for is the product is 50. Okay, so this is the output for this parameter and return values. Okay, so I'm create for the arguments. Okay, so in this the arguments for the informations can be passed into a function as argument. Okay, so argument is specified after the function name inside the parenthesis. So you can add as many as argument as you want, just separate them with a comma. Okay, so now here in this example create a function with on argument, and when the function is called was a pass array. So now I'm just here is the type for the program. Okay, so first time type is the my function. Okay, so here created the my function, and the create less than dash and the call for is the function keyword. Okay, so now function clear. So I'm inside create for the first for everything. Okay, the sort from, and now next line create the curly braces is the opening curly braces, and now I'm just a type for is the base method, and here inside false create is the false name, and next create for the false name is the Alice. Okay, and then create for the closing curly braces. Okay, so here in this line created completely, and now I'm called for the my functions method. Okay, so now first type is the my underscore function, and here type for the name is the space, and it's a type for the Smith Alice. Okay, so now I'm again type for is the my underscore is the function, and here I'm type for the name is Bob. Okay, so now just press the enter and see the output. Okay, so it's the perfectly printed for the Bob Alice. Okay, so here I'm just paste it first name for Bob and a second name for is the Alice. Okay, so now I'm again type for in this function. So now I'm again type for the my functions keyword, and here I'm inside from the name is the Johan. Okay, and then simply press the enter so that to see the output for the Johan Alice. Okay, so this is the output. So here is called the arguments. Okay, so here in this station first created simple functions created, and then create for the calling function, and then create for the parameters and return a value. Last one create for the arguments. Okay, so here in this station completely created for in this code. So I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the exploring the concept of nested functions in R programming. So the nested functions allow us to define the functions within functions, adding a layer of complexity to our programming structure. So now let's get started, and here I'm using the RStudio. So now creating and useful the nested function. Okay, so now in this nested function, there are two ways to create nested functions. So first, call a function with another function, and then write a function within a function. So okay, so now first I'm create a call a function within another function. Okay, so here first I'm type in this the console is the nested function. So starting for the capital word is the nested, and then create for the function. Okay, so then create the list, then dash. So here I'm just type for it, what is the function keyword. Okay, so now I'm insert for the value for A and B. Okay, so next line create for the opening curly braces, and so now I'm just type for the X, and let's then dash create for the A plus B. Okay, so in next line I'm just type for is the return value for return for X. Okay, so I'm closing for created the curly braces. Okay, so next line I'm create for the nested function, and here I'm create for the another functions. Okay, so now just I'm type for is the nested functions, and here inside I'm create for another functions. Okay, so I'm again type for is the nested functions, and here I'm use for the method for 5, and is the use of the variable for 5 and 5, and then again type for the nested is the nested functions, and a type for the variable is 2, and okay, so now I'm type for in this the one function within the another functions. Okay, so now here in this code are created, and just press for the enter. So here I'm use first is the function for tails the A and B, add A and B first the nested input function for 5 and 5 is means indicate for the A main functions, and the second input for the 2 and 2 is the B of the main functions. Okay, so the output now I'll take it and so show for in this screenshot. I'll just type for the press the enter. So here in this the non-numeric argument, so I'm type for the binary. Here just type for is the nested functions. Okay, so is the nested functions, and just press the enter. So here in this section for the argument is missing with a node 1. Okay, so here I'm just change for in this. So press the enter again. So is the error is a non-numerical. So and I'm click for in this the mains. So I'm not trying to cancel. I'm just going for in this code. Okay, so here. And this code now is copy and take for again. Okay, so here and just type for in this the main section, and here I created just in this code for run. Okay, so here in this the section for is the return for A. Okay, So now in this, for the class assign remove. So in this remove this. So here, okay. So now errors at this problem, and now I'm just press the enter. So here this code now save, okay, and then press the enter is the output. So here type for the result is the nested functions, and press the enter is the okay. So now change for in this, and here I'm changing for this, and then change the y, and is for a, and again change the return value for a, and now here I'm changing for the x plus b, okay, is x plus y. So now save and just again press the enter. So here is perfectly printed for in this the session is nested functions, okay. So it's printed. So now I'm just check for in this the nested functions, okay. It's not in this, is the nested functions, and here the enter is the, so here I'm just type for the first is 5 and 5, and press the enter. So its output is the first station is printed for the 200, and next time take for and there's a function for 2 and 2, okay. So now I'm just press type for is the nested functions, and here input for the is the value for 2 and 2, okay. So now press the enter. So is for result is 22, okay. So this is the output for in this station. So here first is the once more error. First is the not effect is a last one perfectly printed for in this output, okay. So now the session I'm create for the output, okay. So next step create for the write a function with a functions, okay. So here in this session, first I'm create the outer functions, and outer function inside create for the inner functions, okay. So now remove in this code, and here I'm just type for the outer, okay, is the outer functions as a short form once and create a less than this. So now I'm create for the functions keyword, okay. So here I'm first inside the x, okay. So now I'm create the curly braces, and here I'm just type for is the inner functions, okay. And less than this create the function, and then the function keyword create the variable for y, okay. So now I'm again type for the curly braces, and then create for the condition for a is less than equal is x plus y, okay. So I create the conditions, and then I'm just type for is the return value for a, okay. So here in this code created, and now I'm again type for is the inner function input here, okay. Is inner function created, and then and there's the curly braces outside. Just type for the output, and is call the outer functions, okay. So now I'm just type for is the output, okay, is the output, and less than dash. So here I'm type for the outer is the outer function. So the outer functions inside create for the 6. Okay, so now I'm just type for the output is the output 4 is the, so here just type for 3, and in this type for 5. Okay, so now in this code first create the outer functions, and cannot directly call the function because the inner functions has been defined for the nested inside. So the outer functions, and we need to call the outer functions. The first in order to call the inner function as a second state. Okay, so now I need to create a new variable called output key within here for the 3, and then print the output. The digit value of the y is in this case for 5. Okay, so now save this code and just going for in this the run. So here in this output for 5 is printed. Okay, so here in this output, so now I'm just type for the output. Okay, is the output enter. So now I'm just again type for the output, and then type for is the 3 and press the enter, so it could not find the function output. Okay, fine. So here I'm just type for the outer functions. Okay, so the outer. Okay, so outer functions, then press the enter. So now in this, okay, and here I'm just type for the outer functions. For first the outer function is 3. Okay, so now just press the enter. So here is the could not, because it cannot directly call the functions because the inner function has been defined for the nested. Okay, so here, so I hope your confusions are clear. So here in this, the outer functions are not directly called the functions. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for is the recursion in R programming. So the recursion is a powerful technique where a function calls itself to solve a smaller instance of the same problem. Okay, so now let's get started and create for the recursion function in R using the R Studio. Okay, so here this the recursion is also except for the function recursions. So which means a defined function can call itself. Okay, so in this, the recursion is a common mathematical and programming concept. So it means that a function call itself. Okay, so this has the benefit of meaning that you look through the data or reach a result. Okay, so now in this session, create for the recursion through the example. So now in this example, I create for the recurse. So now I'm used for, and in this program are mostly attractive, creative. Okay. So now first I'm create is and here in this example I'm used for the 3 recursion function. Okay, it's defined for itself the recurse. Okay, so here, so now I'm just going for in this the main section, and here I'm just type for is the 3 is recursion. So here I'm create is less than dash for create the function keyword. Okay, So here insert from the key, okay, is a keyword, and then create the curly braces. Okay, so here I'm use for create the if statement. So is statement is the condition for k is greater than 0. Okay, so now I'm again create for the curly braces. So now create is a result and then rules. So now I'm type for is k is plus 4 3 recursion, and here type for is k minus 1. Okay, so this is for the k variable for is the data with a decrement for -1 for every time with the recurse. Okay, so now it's the print the result. Okay, it's the print, then type for the result. Okay, so here ears are created. So now I'm going for in this next step, and now I'm used for the else statement, and in this the else for is recursion, and when the condition is greater than. Okay, so now I'm just type for the result, and then is equal for 0. Okay, so now I'm again type for is the return for return the result. Okay, is the result, and now last one is called for the tree recursion function. Okay, the tree recursion, and here I'm type for is the 8. Okay, so now I create a new code for in this program, and here is condition is now greater than 0. Okay, so when is is the recursion and the condition is not greater than 0. Okay, so now here in this code created completely, and just press the enter, and so here is perfectly printed for the output for the tree recursion for is 1 3 6 10 15 21 28 is 36. Okay, so this is the output for in this the three recursion functions. Okay, so now here in this section I'm completely created for the recursion function. Okay, so now here I'm recreate the basic recursion function and use the one example. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial and understanding for is what is the recursions. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to the tutorial. So today I'm creating for is the most important topic for the global variables in our programming. So the global variables are accessible throughout the entire program, but they come with their own offset and the consideration. So now let's get started. And here I'm creating for the global variables and using for the RSTD. Okay, so now let's get started. So now I first create the understanding for the simple global variables. Okay, so in these global variables are variable accessible throughout the entire program. So now I'm just create the understanding global variable code. Okay, so here is the simply type is a global variable. Okay, is the global variable. Then I'm create is the less than is the variable for the value for 10. Okay, so next one type for is the print, and then inside type for is the paste, and here the message for create the global variable value. Okay, so now I'm call for in this the global variable. Okay, Okay, so here is created. So in this example, I'm just to declare a global variable and access is a value. Okay, so now just press enter. So here is the printed for the global variable value is the 10. Okay, so now I'm declare for here is a 10. So in this first step created, and then I'm just next step create for the declaring the global variables. Okay, so here the declaring global variable involve the ensuring they have the global is also let's work down how to declare them in out. Okay, so now first is create the declaring global variable. Okay, so first time up type is a global variable is a less than is 20. Next one type for is the again is the global, then is the global underscore create the scope and create the function. Okay, and it's less than dash. So now I'm create for the function keyword. So now next line I'm just a type for the starting curly braces, and here I'm just a type for is the print, and the print inside I'm the type the paste method. So here I'm just message create is the inside functions. Okay, the inside function indicate. So now I'm create here the clone, and then called for is the global variable. Okay, so now next line create the closing curly braces, and now I'm just type for the global scope functions. Okay, so here now I'm declare for the global variable are access it inside a functions. Okay, so now I'm just press the enter. So perfectly is the inside function is declared is created. So now I'm inside function created for the value for the 10. Okay, so this is the output for the inside functions. So here is a declared global variable completed. And now I'm going for the next step, create the accessing for the global variable. Okay, so and this accessing for the global variables is the straightforward about the here are the considerations. So now let's sort it and explore how it works. So here now I'm saying rows is created, then the session here in this code now is copy and just paste for in this line. Okay, so here first is the sizing first. Okay, so in this code I'm just copy here and now change for this the value. So here I'm just created for the value is the thought is the 10 is 10, and now I create it for the scope functions. Okay, so first is create the scope function. So it's now removed. Nearly created. So now first create is the global variable as less than for 10. Okay, so next one create for the access function. The access function is less than dash is called for the function create, and next line create the opening the curly braces. So now type for is the global, so global variable as a rules for less than the type. So now I'm create for is the print function inside again type for the paste method, and here this message created for the side functions. Okay, so it's the access global variable created, and then just call for is the global variable. Okay, so next line I'm closing for the curly braces, and here now again type is called the access function, and next one again is inside the functions for 5. Okay, so now in this access functions just print a function created, the print, and then inside type the paste method created is the double quotation create for the outside function. Okay, the outside function created, and then call for the global variable. Okay, so here created, and then in this example just access for global variable inside and outside a function. Okay, so now just take for in this code as a perfectly printed for in this the output for inside function in created for the variable is the value for 5, and the outside function are the value for 10. Okay, so it's a perfectly created for in this output. Okay, so in this session completed created for the is accessing global variable, declare global variable, and understanding global variable. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm create for the fundamental concept of vectors in R programming. So vectors are the essential for storing and the manipulating data efficiently. So either you are new to or looking to extend your foundation, so this tutorial fully guide you through the understanding and working with the vectors for R using the R Studio. Okay, so in this, the vector is a simply a list of items that are of the same type. Okay, so it's a combined to list of items to a vector. Use the C functions and separate the items by a comma. Okay, so here I'm create a vector variable, and first is create the first, and it's called for the vectors. Okay, so now create for the vector of a string's name is the first is a type for the first. Okay, so it's a first, and then less than dash just a type for is a C, and then parenthesis inside type for the variable name is the apple, and the next one type is the banana, and then a type for is the orange. Okay, so is the created, and now I'm type for the print section is the okay, so here I created completely, then I'm just going for in this the run. Okay, so here the perfectly printed for the first is the banana, apple, and the orange. Okay, so here in this session I created completely, and first I'm create is the understanding for the vectors. Okay, so now I'm going for in the next step, and here I'm creating for the vector. Okay, so like creating for the vectors involves various data types and the functions. Okay, let's explore how it works. Okay, so now I'm in this code create for the console inside. So now here in this code to remove, and then I'm just going for in the console, and here first type for the creating vector. So first time type for the numeric vector. Okay, okay, is the numeric vector, and then less than dash and show, and lab type for is a C, then, and this is lab type for the numeric value for 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so next one type is the character type vector. Okay, is the character vector less than dash. So now type 4 is C, and then parenthesis here inside for the apple. Next one type for type the double quotation inside is orange, and third is type for the is banana. Okay, so now in this, and then type 4 is a logical vector. Okay, so logical is a vector, and then less than dash, and just create the C, and inside for the 2 and false, and again 2. Okay, so now I'm created for the 3 each data, false, numeric, character, and logical. Okay, so next line I'm just print for in this result. So first I'm type for is the print, and here inside I'm create is the numeric. Okay, is the numeric vector, and then it's printed for the numeric is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then again type 4 is the print section, and here I'm show for the character vector data. Okay, so it's a character vector, and just press the enter. So see the output is apple, orange, and banana is perfectly printed, and the one type is print for the third point is the logical vector. Okay, so here in this logical, just press enter, and it's printed perfectly for 2 false. Okay, so this is the output. I'm just going for in this the next step, and here I'm creating for the vector operations. Okay, so now in this vector operations, I'm first created the vector operations is numeric vector. Okay, so it's create the numeric vector underscore 1. Okay, so it's then dash C, and the type 4 is the 1, 2, and 3. Then here I'm just copy for in this, and paste for the next line, and change for is the vector. Okay, so and change for in this the value for 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so next one I'm just type for is the result. Okay, it's a result. Let's then so first type is the numeric vector 1, and then additional operator, and then create is the numeric vector. Okay, so that's created, and last one I'm show for is in the print and show the output. So here I'm called for the result. Okay, so I complete in this code, and here in this example I'm perform a vector additional operator in the operations. Okay, so now press the enter, is perfectly printed for the result is at the 5, is a 7 and 9. And here created, and then I'm created for is the indexing and the slicing output. So in this the indexing and slicing help you to retrieve specific elements elements from the vectors. So let's see how to create. Okay, so now create is the online create the indexing and the slicing vector. Okay, so now here I'm first create the use the numeric vector, and then type for the variable is the value for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Okay, so it's the last one 50, and next line I'm create for the indexing output show. Okay, so let's type for the print, and then call for is the numeric vector, a vector inside the index for 3. Okay, so now it's print for the 3 is the 30, and then again type for the result is copy for in this the print vector. Okay, so only this line copy and paste for in this line. Okay, so now I'm changed for in this the indexing data type. So now I'm type for the 2 is 4. Okay, take colon 4, and here I'm sure the indexing and the slicing operations on a numeric vector. Okay, so now just press the enter and see the output for is the 20, 30, and 40 for is the numeric vectors. Okay, so is the slicing output. So now I'm just going for in this next step, and here I'm type for the vector length. Okay, so in this the vector length is the most important part for the is a vector, so it show, and then I'm going for indexation, and then type for is again the rows. Okay, here type is first, then let's the dash, so use the C, and then create first type the banana, then type for the apple, and again type for the orange. Okay, orange, and next line create for is the length. Okay, length for is the first is first, and now in this code are created, and now I'm sure the out for how many items a vector is in this the length. Okay, so now just print the result is perfectly print for the output is the 3. Okay, because is the banana is 1 and apple is 2 and orange is 3. Okay, so this is the output, so perfectly print. So in this station create for is the ones for example understanding for is the clear concept for the vector. Okay, so you learn the basic of the creating, manipulating, and using vector for the efficiently. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating and also exploring a powerful data structure in R programming for list. Okay, in this list allow you to explore different data type and structure within a single container, and either you're new or are looking to enhance your data handling skills. So this tutorial is the perfectly help for you understanding and working with the list in the R using the RStudio. So let's get started. So here first of all I'm create and suppose you the understanding list. Okay, the list are the versatile container that can hold 4 different data types. So now let's get explore is create firstly the understanding is a list. Okay, so suppose now I'm create for the my underscore list. Okay, and here less than dash, so now I'm use for the list keyword, and here first inside is name is equal, so now the name is Johan. Okay, and next one I'm create for the age. Okay, is age equal 25, Then I'm also create for the is student is true or false. So now I'm create is in underscore the student. Okay. The is student is equal. So now I'm type for is a capital word is what the capital word. Okay. So now here is created, and then I'm just going for the next line here. I print for the my list. Okay. It's a print, and inside type for the my underscore list. Okay. So now in this example, simply create a list with a different data types. Okay, so I'll press the enter. So perfectly print. So first print the name is Johan and age is 25 and is tutored for 2. Okay, so this is the output. And now I'm going for the next step, create a list. Okay, so list creating list involves the combining various data types and the structure. So let's see how it's work and done. Okay, so now in this session I'm just type for the person list, and then I'm type for is a list then dash, and here is again use the key list keyword. So first time type is the name is equal, so name is change for is the list. Okay, next time I'm type for the age is equal for the 30. Okay, so here insert the address. Okay, its address equal, now use for the C is function. So first time type is C is the address, so city for A, and then also create for the here is a not here, so I'm type for the country. Okay, the country created, and then just next line is print the person. Okay, so type is print method, and here I'm insert from the person list. Okay, so I created for in this the person, and here I'm create a list containing a combination of data types and a structure. So now just press the enter and see the result for the on the screen. Okay, so here is perfectly print for the Alice. 30 is stated address for city and country. Okay, next one I'm going for create the accessing the list element. Okay, so the listing is accessing a list element is crucial, so let's explore how to enhance the specific information. Okay, so now in this session first and create is the next step. So first time type is the accessing a list element. Okay, so again use for the person, and then a list, then dash create the list, then type first is name. Okay, is equal use the another name for Bob. Okay, so and create the age is 22. Okay, and then the type for is the grade. Okay, is the grades. So here is the type is grades equal I use the C functions. So here just insert from the grade for the first is 80 and 85 and 90. Okay, so now inserted for in this grade, and just going for in the next line, and here I'm creating for the accessing by name. So now I'm just print function use and print for first type the person. Okay, and then I'm use for the $sign for name. Okay, so here in this line is seeing by the name, and then just press for the enter, and here is print for the name is Bob. because I'm here is already inserted for the name is Bob. So now I'm just going for in the next step, and here I'm created for accessing bar index. Okay, so I'm again create and type the print function, and now I'm insert first is the person, and now use the index. Okay, so index is called for, is the value for. Okay, so here I'm just in this example create for the demonstrate by list element by name and index. Okay, so now just press the enter and see the result. It's perfectly print for is a 22 because here is the age is and is already declared for the age is 22. Okay, so now I'm just going for the next step, and here I'm just create for the modifying list. Okay, so is the modifying list are measurable, meaning you can modify them. So let's see how to make a change. Okay, so here in session I'm just copy for in this age. Okay, it's the copy, and next line I'm paste. So here I'm just type for as the name is changed for here I'm just create for the EV. Okay, and inserted for the age is 28. Okay, so now I'm create for the city is a city equal, then I'm just sample city use so now I'm type for the city for X. Okay, then I'm closing for the parenthesis. So here is a modifying list created completely, and then just going for create the modifying and element. Okay, so now I'm type for is the person, and is use the dollar sign, just insert for the age. Okay, so then I'm used for the list, then dash for is modify the 30. Okay, keywords is the 28 and modify the 30, and next step I'm just print for the person. Okay, the print function use insert for the person. Okay, so now in this example created here I'm simply modify a specific element within the list. Okay, so now press the enter. So say the output is the name is EV and age is 30 and city for X. Okay, so perfectly working for in this example, and then I'm going for in the last step, and here I'm creating for the nested structure. Okay, so now I'm used for the nested list, and nested list can contain other lists and creating a nested structure. So let's understand this concept. Okay, so first time type is a nested list. So now I'm just type for is a family is a list name, then I'm type for is a list. Okay, so then I'm type for is the parenthesis, opening parenthesis, and the next line I'm just a type for is the parent, is the parent, and then equal insert the list, and list insert first time type is the name. Okay, so name is Sam. Okay, next one type for the age is 40. Okay, so next line I'm again type for the children is children equal use the list method and create the opening parenthesis, and inside for the child one is equal use the list method, then type first is the name is Lily. Okay, it's a Lily. Next one type the age is 15. Okay, and just going for the next line, and here I'm type for is the child 2, and use the list functions, and first type is the name is equal type the name is Tom. Okay, is a Tom, and then I'm type the age is 12. Okay, so now here is created, and then I'm complete for in this the parenthesis is the closing and another parenthesis, and then last one type for the print the family. Okay, is the print function, and here inside the family. Okay, so now this example created completely, and in the example I'm just create a nested list for the presenting a family structure. Okay, so now print the enter, it's going to the out. Okay, so it's perfectly print. The first print is the output is the parent is the Sam, and the parent age is 40. And then the print for the children, child is fourth child is the Lily, and the second child is print for the Tom, and the Tim is age is 12. Okay, so it's perfectly working in this example. So in this session, I'm completely created for list in our programming. You have learned the power of list and creating, manipulating data in a flexible way. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. So thank you for watching. You'll be able to come back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the matrix in R programming. So the matrix is provides a powerful way to work with numerical data in a structured format. So now let's get started and working and understanding the matrix in R using the RStudio. Okay, so now let's get started. And here first I'm creating for the matrix involved the combining data into a structured format. Okay, so let's see how it works and done. Okay, so first I'm creating the matrix. So type is a data underscore. Okay, and now type for is a less than dash, and then a type is the value for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, and then I'm going for the next line, and I'm type for the my matrix. Okay, it's the my matrix. My matrix created, and then use the less than dash. So first I'm type is the matrix, and then use first the data vector is the data underscore vector, and then also use the number of a row for short form is the n row. Okay, and n row first use the 2, and then use the n column for is 3, and now use for the by row method. Okay, is the by row for the 2. Is the 2 are created, and then I'm just going for the next line and print for the result. Okay, so here in this section use the my matrix is the matrix for the data vector, and then a row in this. So now again is mistakenly printed, so then a type copy, and again paste for here, and then I'm going for the next line, and then just print the print function inside. I'm just type for the my underscore matrix. Okay, so now print. Okay, you are perfectly printed for the output is a print the matrix for 1, 1 to 3. So first is print is the 1, 1 to 3, and 2 is 4, 5, 1. Okay, so this is the output. So here I'm creating for the matrix by specifying data, the number of row and a column, and a filling interaction. Okay, so then I'm just going for the next line created for the existing element. Okay, so in this the existing elements within the matrix is the crucial. So let's explore how to retrieve the specific information. So first type is the accessing element in matrix. So first type is the my underscore matrix and less than dash. So type 4 is the matrix and create the parenthesis inside the first type is the 1 clone 6. Then use the in row the matrix for and then I'm just going for the next line and accessing by the row and a column. So type 4 is the element, okay, and less than dash a first type and then my matrix, and here I'm then inserted for the index is 2 and 3, okay. Then I'm going for the next line is print the element, okay. The print function inside type for the element, okay. So here in this example created and in this example simply show for the accessing a specific element within a matrix, okay. So now press enter and see output for is the 6, okay. So is the specific matrix. So now I'm going for in the next step is the modifying the matrix, okay. So the matrix are the mutable, meaning you can modify them. So let's see how to make exchange, okay. So now first type is the modify matrix, okay. So here just type is the my matrix, okay, and then let's then dash. So type 4 is the matrix, and suppose is insert the 1 is clone 6, then type for the n row, a number of row is 2. Then I'm going for the next step and here I'm modifying an element. So I'm again type for the my matrix and then is the index for 1 and 2 and is less than or 10, okay. It's 10 and now next step just print for the my matrix, okay. So now in this example just simply the modifying specific element within the matrix. So now press the enter. So here this is the output is the perfectly changed is the first inserted for is 1 2 3 4 5 1 is this is my matrix method, and there is a modifying for is state the output for 1 is a modifying output for 1 10 5 and 2 4 6, okay, is the modifying matrix. So next one create the matrix length, and I'm just going for in this source for here. So first of all just type for the matrix length and use a length function to find the demonstration of the matrix, okay. So here I'll use this matrix, okay, this matrix and less than dash. Now type for is the matrix and inside for the first name is the apple, next one type the banana, okay, and it's also just a type for the n row, okay, is equal type for is the 2, and here is type is the once more is the n column 4 is column is equal row, and here I'm insert 4 is the one's first name is the orange, okay. So now here I'm closing for the parentheses. Okay, so first of all, type at this matrix and use at the matrix, and now so mistakenly type for the C, and here the error for remove. Okay, so in this session, I'm just using the matrix and matrix inside for the C keyword. Okay, so now I'm just going for in this next step and just type the length. Okay, and length for this matrix. Okay, so now here in this code created completely, and then here I'm just create the total cells in the matrix in the number of row and multiplied by the number columns. Okay, so now just press the enter. Okay, so the run, so is the output for the length is, so here suppose I'm type, and this is length inside the type this matrix. Okay, so now I'm just check, so here is the now in this, so here is the copy, and then type 4 is in this station, so press and then okay, so perfectly printed for the output is a length, f4 is the 4. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so in this session I'm completely created, and then I'm use the matrix for in the R programming. So UR is learned through the power of matrix for structured data manipulations. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the most important topic for the array for in the R programming. So arrays provide a powerful way to work with multi-dimensional data. So now let's get started, and here in this session I'm creating an understanding for the working with array in R using the R Studio. Okay, so now let's get started. And so here I'm first creating the array involves the combining data into a multi-dimensional structure. Okay, so now let's see how it's done. So here first type is the creating arrays. So is the type for is the data, then type for is the less than dash used as a 1, and clone is closed. So next line I'm just type for the my array, and in this rules also now I'm again a type for the array, and here inside the data created, then use for is the beam is equal, then type is C, and create the value for 2, 3, and 2. Okay, so then I'm just going for the next line and print for the my array. Okay, it's print then my array. Okay, so here in this example I'll just create a 3D array by specific data and the dimensions. So now press the enter and see the output is the 3D, the multi-dimensional array are printed. Okay, so is 1 and in this matrix, and 2 is the matrix. Okay, so this is the output. So now I'm going for in the next step and create for the operation on array. Okay, so in this the array supports the various operations for the data manipulation. So let's explore for the some basic operations. Okay, so now first type is the operations for the array, and here I'm just type for the array A. Okay, and then less than for the array keyboard, and first I'm type is the 1 is clone 12, and use 13 for the dimension is equal. So use the C, and here I'm type for the value is 3, 2, 3, 2, and then again I'm type for is the array underscore B. Okay, and less than dash. So it's the same rules follow. For the array, and then first time type is the 13 is clone for 24, and create the dimensions is C, and num type for in this the same value. Okay, 2 3 2. Okay, so now it's created, and then I'm sure for the result a function, so type is the result, then is less than dash. So firstly type is the array. 1 is the additional operator, for is the array B. Okay, so now I'm going for in this next step and print the result. Okay, so now I type the print a function, and here insert the result. Okay, the result in this example simply perform for an array in these additional operators. Okay, so now press enter and see the output. Okay, so perfectly printed for in this the array, and output is printed for the 14, 15, 22, 16, 20, 24. Same is the 26, 30, and 34. Okay, this is the output. So in this session, I'm completely created for the person's array, and then I'm just going for in this the modifying, and is the accessing the element. Okay, so the accessing elements within array is crucial. So let's explore how to retrieve this specific informations. Okay, so now firstly type for is the accessing the element in array. So now type for is my array, and less than, then type for is the array, and here I'm just copy for in this code is just time saving. Okay, so here in this the column just copy and paste for use in this array. Okay, so now and then I'm going for next step, create for the accessing by indices. Okay, so now it's create the element, and then less than dash type for the my array, and here create the index for 1 2 1. Okay, and now I create for the print function and print the output. So print for is the element. Okay, and here create the existing specific elements within an array. Okay, so let's press the enter, and here's the 3. Okay, because it's the 1 2 and 3. Okay, so it's the print the 3. Okay, so now create for the modifying arrays. Okay, so the modifying arrays is a meaningful, you can modify the variable. So let's see how to make a change. Okay, so now in this station in this line just copy and paste for in this line. Okay, and then I'm going for in this the next step. Okay, so next step, modify an element. For is type is the my array, and then also type is the index, and then type is 1 2 1, and change the value for is 20. Okay, and now print a function inside, simply type for the my array. Okay, so here I'm just modifying specific elements within an array. Okay, so just press the enter and see the output. Okay, so is the output is changed, is modifying for 1 12 5 and 2 4 6, and next is 2 7 9 11 8 and 12. Okay, because the previously in this the output is previous output, and is the real time is the output is the present output this. Okay, So here in this session, I'm completely for the arrays in the R programming, and you will learn to the power of the arrays for the multidimensional data manipulations. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the powerful world of the data frames in R programming. So it means the data frames provide a versatile and organized way to work with the tabular data. So now let's the new to or the looking to enhance your data manipulation skills. So now in this tutorial is the perfectly is a complete help for is understanding and creating for the data frame with Studio. Okay, so now first I'm create for what is the data frame. Okay, so the data frame are fundamental structure in R and allow you to organize, analyze data in tabular format. Okay, so now let's see it works. So first time, what are the data frames? Okay, create the example. So first time create the type is the employee. Is the employee, then data less than dash. So first then type for it is the data dot is frame. Okay, and then here is not comma, is that it is a dash. So frame instead in this opening, and then create for is the name. Okay, is the name equals, suppose a name is the C, and create the parentheses. So first name is the Johan, and then the next name is the Jenny. Okay, and then third name is the Bob. Okay, so now name created, and then I'm going for the next line, create the add is C functions, create is 25, then 34, and 28. Okay, so I'll create the age, and going for the next step, create the salary. Okay, the salary equal C function inside the type the salary range. So first I type is 50,000, and then type is 34,000, and then 52,000. Okay, so now it is the salary created, and then going for the next step, print for in this output and call for is the employee is the employee underscore data. Okay, so now first in this the copy, not declare for is the closing parenthesis. Okay, the closing next line just a type for is in this print and press the enter is the perfectly show output in the name is Johan, is 25, and salary is 50,000. Okay, this is the output. So here in this example, I'm just create a data frame with the information about the employees. Okay, next step I'm creating for accessing and modifying data frames. Okay, so now in the station for accessing and modifying data frames is essential. So let's explore how to type the specific information and make change. Okay, so now I'm just type for is the employee is the employee data, create the index, firstly type is a true, and then insert type is the salary, add now in this less than test and change the salary for previously uses the salary for 50, 34, and 62, and add 4 is another salary. 4 is the 65,000. Okay. So next line, the type for is the print, and the print for the output, show for the output is the employee table. So the employee data. Okay. So here I'm just show for the existing and modifying a specific element within a data frame. Okay. So now press enter and see the output is perfectly changed for in this second step. The Jenny is 34 and so the range is 65,000. Okay, so this is the output. So now I'm just going for the next step and combining for the data frames. Okay, so here I'm use the rbin function to combine 2 or more data frames in the R vertically. Okay, so I'm refresh in this, and now newly first create is the data underscore frame 1, then less than dash. So now type is the data dot frame. Okay, in this frame. So now here type for is the student. Okay, students, and then is equal type for the C function use the first name is the is Smith, and then the closing process, and the next one type is the Jenny, and also type for the others. Okay, it's created, and then I'm going for in the next step type for is the pulse. Okay, the pulse equal the function inside just type for the pulse is 100, then 150, and 120. Okay, so it's created the pulse, and going for is the duration. Okay, is the duration is equal use the C function inside duration is the 60, then 40, and then 45. Okay, so now I'm closing for the parenthesis. Okay, so in this data frame 1 is created, and then I'm changed for is created for another data frame. So now I'm in this copy. Okay, so here now and this for the copy, and paste for the next line, and here closing for the parenthesis, and now in this student's name change for is the name is the same as name I am using. Okay, I just change for in this the pulse and the duration. Okay, so here I'm changed for is 140, and next one is 150 and 160. Okay. And then here I'm changed for is the duration for 30, and is a 30 is the 20. Okay, so now is the frame 2 is created, and now change for is the frame. Okay, so in this created completely, and then I'm going for in this next step, and next step I'm type for is the new. Okay, is new data frame, and let's then dash. So I'm used for the rvying function, and this type is data frame 1. Okay, is the data frame 1, and also inside for is the another data frame 2. Okay, So I'm going for in the next step and just type for is the new data frame, and press the enter is perfectly printed for the output. So this is the output for indexation. So here is the training, pulse, and iteration. Okay. So now in this station, completely created. Okay. So here in this station, I'm use the pulse and iteration. So is 100 and 150 and 120 and 140 and 50, 60. Okay. So this is the output. Okay. So in this station, I'm completely created for the data frames in art programming. So now you have to advance the part of data frames for the organized data manipulations again. So I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm create for is dividing into the fascinating of factors in R programming. So factors are a unique and important data type that play a role in the statistical analysis and data modeling. So either you are new to R or looking to enhance your data manipulation skill. So this tutorial will guide you through the understanding and working with factors in R using the R Studio. Okay. So here in this session for is what are the factors. Okay. So the factors are unique data is represent the categorical variable. So they play a role in statistical modeling and analysis. So now let's get started. So first of all, I'm creating the factors. So the creating factors involve the converting categorical data into the factor data type. Okay, so now let's see how is code work and done. Okay, so first of all, type for is the factors is the grades. It's grades, then less than dash. Use the C functions keywords. So first type is a grade name for A, and next grade for B. Then is type also a grade name again, and then type for grade C, and is once more is a type for B. Okay, so now I'm declare for the grade, and now I'm use grade for the grades factor. Okay, grades, then underscore factors. Okay, so now create a less than dash, and here I'm call for is the factor component. Okay, the factor, then inside type for is a grade, and is the grades, then type for the levels. Okay, is the levels equal. So now I'm again use for in the C functions. So here I'm just insert for the grade name A, and another grade in it for B, and then last one grade for C. Okay, and here I'm also use for is the ordered. Okay, is the order for to print. Okay, so now this codes are created, and then in this station I'm lost on type for the print section. Okay, it's a print for grades factors. Okay, so now create a factor is representing grade with the specified levels and orders. Okay, so now press the enter. It's perfectly print for is the order for A, B, C, C, D, and level for A less than B and less than C. Okay, this is the output. So now I'm going for the next step, create for the operation on the factors. Okay, so the factors support is the various operations for the data manipulation now. So now let's create some basic operations So here I've used for first is create the operations on factor is merged. Okay, is the merged factors, merged factor then less than dash. So now I'm again use for the C function. So here I'm just type for the gender. Okay, it's a gender factor. Okay, and the next one create for is the gender is again type for the creates factors. Okay, it's creates factor. Okay, so here then create it and now next line I'm just type is not found. So now I'm again is then again type. So now I'm then print a function use and print for the merged. Okay, here's the I'm also here declare for the merged factor. So now type for is a merged factors. Okay, so now is just take it. So here is the not because in the station I'm just a person I'm just create for the merge for two factors in a single factors. Okay, so here okay, so a type for here is the in this inside for the file inside I'm just type for the same code and just press for the run and show for the output. Okay, so now press enter. So is the merged factors. Okay, so here is the not effect. So now I'm going for in this next step, and now I'm here create for is the factor length. Okay, so now use a factor function to find out how many items there are in the factors. Okay, so now first of all create the magic genre. The magic genre. Okay, it's a magic then genre, and now I'm use for the factor. Okay, factor, and here first type for the C method and inside create for is some name. The factor names for just first type is the judge, then is another name for the rock, and then next create for the classic. Okay, the classic and create for is then again create for pop. Okay, pop created, and then I'm just going for the next line and print the length. Okay, it's length, and here I'm inside for the music genre. Okay, so like here I'm just create for the music genre, and inside I'm create for the some items. Okay, and then press for the enter and show the output. Okay, so perfectly print for the length is a 4 because I'm already declared for is core item. Okay, so next step create for the access factors. Okay, so in these access factors to item in a factor is referred to the index number using the brackets. Okay, so now I'm here used for in this same code and just change for the print function. Okay, so now I'm in this code for copy and paste for here. Okay, and then next line is type for the index number. So first I'm type is the music genre, and now create is the bracket, and here inside for the factors is 2. Okay, so now I'm just to print for the result. Okay, here is printed for the result is the log. Okay, here is the 2 as the position for 2 is a log, and printed for the classic does pop log. Okay, so this is the output. So in this session are create for the factors in our programming, and you have learned the importance of the factors is representing for the categorical variables. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the exciting of the plotting in our programming. So now I'm creating for the visualization is a powerful way to understanding and communicate the data. Okay, so now let's get started, and I'll guide you through the essential of plotting in our studio. Okay, so now in this, the plot function is used to draw points or the markers in a diagram, and the function takes the parameter for specifying points in the diagram. So it's the basically parameter 1 is specify the point on the x-axis, and the parameter 2 is the specified point for the y-axis. Okay, so now you can use the plot function to plot two numbers against each other. Okay, so now here I'm just draw on a point in a diagram. Okay, so here just type for is the plot, and here I'm inside for the position is 1 and 6. Okay, so now press the enter, and it's perfectly printed for the output. It's the 6th position print for in this the output. Okay, so sign are here inserted, and then I'm going for in this the same code draw the 2 points in a diagram, and on add position for suppose I'm creative. So now I'm just going for is the plot. Okay, so now I'm type for the plot. And first here I'm use the C functions, and again type the parentheses, and here I'm insert is the first position point for 1 and 6, and then again use for the C functions, and here I'm insert for the 4 and is 8. Okay, so now that's created, and I'm going for in the enter button press. So show this the output is printed. Okay, so it's first printed the position is 8, and then position for 4. Okay, and here is the position I'm declare for 1 and 6. Okay, so this is the output. So I'm going for in this session is create for the multiple point for a skeletal plot. Okay, and now I can use for the many points, and okay, so just make sure you have the same number. Okay, so now I'm create is the plot, and then first type is C functions, and here I'm insert for the data is the variable is the value for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, and next step again type for the C functions, and here create is first is 4, then 7, 8 is 12 and 15. Okay, so here this multiple parts created, and just press the enter and show the output is printed. So here declare 4 is the first point is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and second is printed for 4, 7, 8, 12, and 15. Okay, this is the output. These are the 15 position, and then is the 8 position is the 6 plus position and 8, and then 12, and then 14. Okay, this. So now I'm just going for in this the next step. This print for is the better organization, and when you have the many values is the better use to variables. Okay, so now here our first type is the x and less than dash. So now I'm using for the C function, and here I'm insert for the output is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, and this one I'm type for is the y variable then less than dash. So the function use, and first I'm type is the 4, then type for 7, 8, 12, and 14. Okay, so now just press the enter and see the output as the printed. Okay, so here also just create for is a plot, and now I'm declare for is the x value and the y value. Okay, so now press the enter and see the output are printed perfectly is for 6 plus something, and is all declare for the x value and the y value. Okay, so the step I'm creating for is the sequence of points. Okay, so if you want to draw a dot in a sequence on both the axis and the y-axis, use the clone operator. Okay, now I'm again type for the plot function, and then here I'm insert for 1 is clone 12. Okay, just press the enter. So this is the output are printed. Okay, so the index here I'm declare for 1 is clone is 12, and in this dot value is printed for the 12 position. Okay, 1 to 12. So now I'm going for the next step. Create for is the draw a line. Okay, so the plot function also takes a die parameter with a value for what to draw a line to connect all the points in the diagram. So now just type for is the plot, and then type first is the 1 clone 12, and the next one just type the type for is here I'm type for is double condition inside 1. Okay, so now press the enter and see the output. So here there's a called x is and y is type, so as well as 1 is valid is okay. So now again in this copy and just type, and here I'm changing is for the L. Okay, so now press the enter and see the output are printed for is the L. Okay, so this is all means the line. Okay, so it's a line created. So now next step I'm create for the plot levels. Okay, so the plot function also accept for the other parameters, and now I'm create for is the plot. Okay, so first of all I'm type is the plot, and now I'm declare for is the 1 clone 12, and now I'm use such as the main, then use the x lab and the y lab if you want for the customizing the graph with a main title and a different level for the x and y axis. Okay, so first time type is the main, and then here I'm insert for the message for is my graph. Okay, it's the my graph, and I'm create for the y lab is equal with for the x-axis. Okay, and here I'm declare for the double condition inside. Okay, so next one I'm type for the while lab. Okay, while lab create for the y axis. Okay, so here declare in this code and just is press the enter and see the output. Okay, so it publicly printed for the output. It changes for is a x-axis and this is the y-axis. Okay, so this is the output and the title for is the my because I'm here is one space. So now in this for is simply change to so copy and here then paste and now in this paste is removed. So now press and perfectly printed for my graph. Okay, so next one I'm creating for the graph appearance. Okay, so there are many other parameters you can use to change the appearance of the points. Okay, so in this appearance change I use on a small is a color and size changes. Okay, so now I'm use for the colors and to add a color to the points. Okay, so first of all type the plot. And then I'm declare for in this the plot is 1 is clone 12. Then type for is call equal. Then is the call equal created the color is suppose I'm use the green color use and closing the parenthesis and okay. And press the enter and see the result. So this is the output. So the perfectly the point color is changed. Is previous is the black and now is the color is the green. Okay, so this is the output. So next one I'm create for the size. Okay, so the size uses the ECEX equal the numbers to change the size of points. Okay, so here if you know and you choose for is the 1 is default width for 0.5 means is a 50% similar and 2 is means for the 100% larger. Okay, so now I'm just type for is the plot functions and here I'm inside for the 1 is called 12 and then use for the size is equal. So now size use for the 2. Okay, so the 100% larger. So now press the enter and see the output. So these points the circle are pinned the 100%. Okay, so now here I'm use for the 1. Okay, this copy and here paste and just change for in this. So here is 1 and press the enter. See the 50% is them point is painted. Okay, so here in this section are completed and this value of the parameter is range for is 0 for 12. Okay, so you can use for is once more in this section are completed and create for is the basic level for the plotting. I hope you enjoy this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the line plots in our programming. So the line plots are a powerful tool for the visualizing trends and patterns in the data. Okay, so now let's get started. And here I'm creating for the effective line plots in the using for the RStudio. Okay, so now let's get started. So here in this the line for the line grabs has a line that connect for all points in a diagram, and the create a line use the plot function and add the type parameter with a value of 1. Okay, so first I'm type is plot function and here I'm insert for is 1 is clone 12 and use for the type for left line is L. Okay, so now press the enter and this is the output for is the line are printed. Okay, so in this line I'm exchanges for the color. Okay, so line color is stay for the black is by default. So I'm change for the color, use the call parameter. Okay, so first I'm type the plot, okay, plot function type, and now I'm inside for in this this is 1 is clone 12, and then I'm use for the type for L, and also type is the call for is the color, okay, is color up use. So now I'm here color use for the red, okay. So now this color created and just print and show the output, okay, is the perfectly changed for in this the color. So here is the color is the red, okay, is a default is previous example for the color is black, okay. So next step I'm create for is the line width, okay. So the line width, to change width of the line, use the LWG parameter. For 1 is default within, for the 0.5 is means 50% is the smaller, and the 2 means for the 100% in the larger, okay. So now I'm just a type 4 is the plot function, and here I'm insert from is the 1, and clone use for the 14, and then use for the type, okay, the type is L, and also create for the LWG line width equal to, okay, and in this code created, and then going for in this enter and print the output, okay. So it's perfectly printed for in this the line is 2, and is some declare for 1 is clone 14, okay. So this is the output. So next step I'm create for the line style, okay. So the line style is solid by default, and use the LTY parameter with a value from suppose uses this 0 to 6 or 0 to 8 specify the line format, okay. So in this example I'm type for is the LTY and will display dot line instead of the solid line, okay. So now I'm just type for is a plot a function used, and first I'm declare is 1 is clone 14, then type for is the type, okay, and then use for the line for L, and also type for is the LWG equal, I'm use now for 6, and then use for the LTY, okay, and is equal, okay. So is equal, just a type for the parameter is 4, okay. So then this code created completely, and then press for the enter and see the output in this, okay. So now I'm just change it for because it's not perfect. So now I'm going for in this the next step, okay. So here I'm just changes for this for 5, and here I'm just for in this the 3, okay. So press the enter and see the output, and is more something is perfect, okay. So now it's created for the line style, and then going for and next step I'm create for the multiple lines. Okay, so to display the more than one line in a graph, and use the plot function together with the lines functions, okay. So now first I'm type for the line. So here I'm just type for is the line 1, and create clone, and now I'm use for the C function. Insert for the value is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10. And next one I'm again type for is line 2, then create a list and dash and use the C function, and now insert for the value is the 2, then 4 and 7, 8, 9 and 10. Okay, so now declare for the value, and num use for the plot function use. Okay, and num declare first is the line 1, then also is the type function use, then type is L, and then also use the color is equal, so now use for the color is blue. Okay, it's the blue, and then I'm going for the next line is type for the lines. Okay, and lines inside first time type is the line 2, then also is type is L, and then use for the color parameter. So inside create the color name is red. Okay, so now you're created for the multiple lines and just show for the output and press the enter. So this is the output are printed. So is the line 1 and this is the line 2. Okay, so here is a line 1 is indicate for the blue color, and then line 2 is indicate for the red color. Okay, so this is the output. So in this session I'm completely created for the line with our programming. So I hope you enjoy in this session. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the scatter plots in R programming. So the scatter plots are a fantastic way to visualize the relationship between two variables. So either you are a beginner or looking to enhance your data visualization skill. So this tutorial I'm perfectly fully guide and insightful creating the scatter plot in R using the RStudio. Okay, so now let's get started. So and here in the scatter plots, use the plot function is used to the plot numbers against each other. Okay, so in this scatter plots is a type of plot used to display the relationship between two numerical variable, and the plot are dot for each observation. Okay, so now here I'm creating for the two vectors of the same length on for the x-axis, and for the y-axis is vertically created. Okay, and so now I'm going for in this codes. So here I'm first type the x. Okay, and then less than dash use the C function, and inside type for the value is 5, 7, 8, 7, 2, then 9, 4, 11, 12, 9, and 6. Total 8 12 value I'm uses for in this code, and then by section created, then use the again C function, and then type for is the 99 for 86, then 87 for 88, and then the type for is 103, and also type for 87, and type for the once more variable value for 87, and then type for 94, and then type 78 for again 77, then type for 85, and then the last one type is the 86 is the total 12 points or the value I'm inserted. And then I'm going for the next step and type for the plot function inside created for x and y. Okay, so here the session created for the is a basic the scatter plots, and here use for the observation for in this example above should show the results are obtaining is the 12 cars are passing by. Okay, so press the enter. So here in this, the level for is x coordinate, y is locked. Okay, so here is painted. So this, the output is also here because it's not show here. Okay, so I'm going for in this the next step and create for the should is not declared is might to be clear for someone who sees and grab in this first time. And so let's add a header and different level to describe the scatter plot is better. Okay, so now here in the station use for the, so is the not in the header section declare is all is simply declare for the x and y value for in this the graph. Okay, so this is the point for this scatter plot. Okay, so now I'm here created for in this code. Now in this copy, and then here type, and then going for this next step. Okay, so in this refresh. Okay, so it's removed. Then type for here use the plot function, and here declare for both x and y. Okay, and declare for the main, and main function use the title for the observation. Is the observation of parse. Okay, the title are created, and then I'm created for is the x lab is equal. Then double quotation inside create for is the curve age. Okay, and next one declare for y lab is equal. So type in double quotation inside create for is the car speed. Okay, so now created double is a typing mistake. So now declare for this plot and just going for here. So in the length is then just refresh. Okay, so now in this station here this code just copy. Okay, and then it's again for type is a double this remove is for just fix it. Okay, so now again I created for the type for in this code and just press the enter. Okay, so here is the enter, and it's perfectly printed for the output is the observation of cars and is the car speed. This is the car age. Okay, so the car is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 10, 12, and is the 80, 85 is the speed. Okay, so here in this station created, and here in this graph is created for the 12 cars passing by, and x-axis is show for the how old the car is, and y-axis is show for the speed of the car when it passes. Okay, so are there any relationship between the observation? So it seems that new are the cars the faster is drive, but that could be a coincidence, and after all we only are instead is a 12 cars. Okay, so next session create for the compare plots. Okay, so in this example create for the 3 seems to be a relationship between the car speed and is, but what we plot the observation from the other day as well. So we'll this scatter plot tell us something else. Okay, so now to compare the plot with another plot, use the point functions. Okay, so now I'm just going for in this console, and now I'm type for in this the value. Okay, so now I'm just type for is the x less than dash used for this value. Okay, so now is for here, and then I'm just going for next step and type for the value, and here is and this copy, okay, and then paste, and I'm going for in this is the y1, and is for the y is the x, okay. So this type is so now so it's removed. The first time then type for x1 is less than dash, so now it's again this copy, okay, and here is the paste. So next step I'm create for the y1 is less than dash, so type for in this code, okay, in this data for the value is here inserted, and then going for next step I'm create for the day 2 the agent is speed of 15 cars, okay. So now here I'm declare for the x2 is less than dash, and type for is first is the value is c, and then count inside. So first time create is the 2 2 8 1 15, then wait for the 8 12 9 12 and last one 14 and last one is 12, okay. So the complete created for the age of the 15 cars, and the next step just type for the y2 and declare for the speed, okay. So here's the c, and the speed first is 100, and then 105, then 84, and 100, then type for 79, then 112, and also for 91, then 80, and last one type for is the 85, okay. So now declare for is the 2 days, okay, is the 2 variable, and then I'm going for next step, and here I'm type for in this code, and here use the, okay, so now in this plot function I'm use this for just copy, okay, and here this code are paste, and then also add here for the color, okay. So use the call method, use and double quotation inside, use the color is blue, and also create for is the cex equal to, okay. So I'll create plotting, and then going for the next step and type for is the points, and here I'm use for the x2 and y2 points, and then create for is the call space for call for is color, then use for the color is red, okay, and then also created for the cex is 2, okay. So now here in this code I'm created completely, and then you see for the difference the comparison for you the 2 days, and assign for different color to the plots by using the call parameter, and represent first is that the, okay. So now is this code created, and then press the enter. So here in this the color is here, okay. So is perfectly printed for the output. Here is print observation of cars, and it is speeds the car speed, and this is the car age. Okay, so here in this, the blue color is represent the value of the day 1, and by the blue is the red represent the day 2. So here is also added for the AZX parameter to increase the size of the dots. Okay, so here in this session I'm completely created for the escalator plots, and I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the pie chart in R programming. So the pie chart are a visually appealing way to represent the purple terms in your data, and either you're a beginner looking to enhance your data visualization skills. So this tutorial guided through the creating a dynamic pie chart in using the R Studio. So now let's get started. So here in this pie chart is crucial for the graphical view of data, and now using the pie function to draw a pie chart. So suppose a first term creates a vector of pies. So first type is x less than this, and type for C, and here, and this value inserted. First is 10, 12, 13, and 14. Okay, so now inserted for in this the vector, and now display for the pie chart. So first type is the pie, and then inside print for the x. Okay, so now press the enter and see the output is perfectly printed for this is, and in this station I'm created for the simple for basic pie charts. Okay, so I'm going for in this station I'm create for the value in a vector 14, 12, 13, and 14, and is by default for the plotting. The first start from the axis and move for the counterclockwise. Okay, so now I'm going for the next step and create for the start angle. Okay, so can change the start angle and the pie chart within the E dot angle parameter. So the value of E dot angle is defined with the angle is the degree, while default angle is 0. So now I'm create for the start the first pi at 90 degrees. Okay, so here use created for the x and use for the C, and then type for the value. Okay, 3, 13, and 14. Okay, next to go in display the pie chart and start for the first pi as the 90 degree. Okay, so then type for the pi for first is type x, and use the init dot angle is the 90 degree. Okay, so now just press the enter and see the result is the 90 degree. I've also use this for in this, so just this copy and take it for the 360 degree angle. Okay, so 360 degree, and then I press the enter and perfectly print for the 360 degree angle printed. Okay, so I'm going for the next step, create for the labels are and header. Okay, so now I use the label parameter to add a label to the pie chart, and use the main parameter to its header. Okay, so here I'll first use the x less than dash and type for the value. Okay, 30 and 14. Okay, it's almost on the 40. Then going for the next step, and next step I'll create a vector of level. Okay, so here I just created for the my level. Okay, and then here the less than dash here insert for the first uses. Okay, So then use for the use here the color name. Okay, so first of all, a type is the color is red. Okay, red. Next on color is blue. Then last one is the green. Okay, and then in this the my label created, and next line display the pie chart with a label. So create first is the pie, and here insert first is the x. Then create for the label is equal type for the my label, and then type for is the lane for the colors. Okay, so now create it, and then going for in the next session, and here just paste. So here in this the graphical representing. Okay, so I'm just in this code part for copy. Okay, and then rephrase this and just again typing, and here I'm post uses then my level for inserted here the first name. Okay, so now I'm use for the fruit name is the apples. Then also type for the first name is the bananas. Okay, bananas. And then type for the another first name is the cherries. Okay, cherries. And type for the once more first name is the depths. Okay, the depths. And then I'm going for in this the pi for is the then create the level for the level. Use the main function inside create for the first. Okay, is a first, and then press the enter. Okay, it's perfectly printed for the result is the title for the first, and then print for the bananas, apples, and dates and the cherries. Okay, so this is the output. So now I'm going for in this next level and create for the legend and to add a list to of the expansion for by use the legend function. Okay, so here first type is the my level, and then type for is the vector of the colors, and then second third step is the display for the result. So now in this session I'm forced to create a vector of levels. Okay, so in this level now I'm copy and paste for here. Okay, is paste, and then going for next line create a vectors of colors. Okay, colors always advantage the function user. Step for the color name is blue, and the color name is yellow. Then a type for the green. Okay, and then once more color is the black. Okay, so now created for the vectors of color, and the next one display the pie chart with the color. So first type is the pie, then create for the x, and then type for the label is equal. Create the my level is my level. Okay, so then a type for the mean, and then main function use and type for the title is the pie. Okay, pie chart. Okay, and then create for call for is the color equal. So here I'm insert for the colors. Okay, create the colors, and then going for in the next line just type for is the legend. Okay, is the legend, then use for the double quotation inside created for the bottom right. Okay, it's the bottom right, then create for the my level. Okay, and then also type is the fill equal colors. Okay, so here in these are created, and just paste the enter and see the publicly painted for in this apple, banana, cherries, and the dares. Okay, so here in this code, just here is the polygon, the density. Okay, it's not pegged, perfectly created. It's a level, and also created for the colors. Okay, so I'm just going for this. The next step is the next tutorial created. Okay, so perfectly printed for the apples, banana, cherries, and there's okay. And in this station, also created for the colors parameter. So you can add a color to inspire with the call parameter. So type for here in this last station is created the colors and use the call parameter. So first type is the color. Okay, in this color, and then less than dash for C, and here first time is the color is red, then the color is blue, and also for color is the orange, and then color is green. Okay, so here in this color declare, and then display the pie chart with the color. So use the pie, then the first type is the X, and then create for the label. Okay, is a label, and then equal type for the my label. Use the main function insert type for the first. Okay, is the first, and also type is the call for the color. Equal here inside is the is colors. Okay, so it's not, it's colors. So now I'm press the enter and see in this the color is printed. So now I'm again check it. Okay, so here I'm just type for the color. Okay, in this is this. Okay, change it for the color's name. Okay, so first is type the is blue. Okay, next one type for the yellow, and then type for the green. Okay, and then again type for the color is black. Okay, and then okay, so now press the enter and see the output. Okay, the perfectly printed for the output is the first. So this is the output used by blue, yellow, green, and the black, because the previous mistake for the typing mistake for the first name. Okay, so it's perfectly printed for this output. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So in this the one more error because the last one is perfectly printed. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the bar charts in R programming. So bar charts are powerful tools for visualizing categorical data. So now let's get started and creating for the dynamic bar charts in R Studio. So let's get started. So first is the short form is discuss is the bird chart. What are the bird charts? A bird chart uses the rectangular bars to visualize data. The bird charts can be displayed the horizontally or vertically. So the height or length of the bars are the proportional to the values they represent. Okay, so now I use for the bar plot function and to draw the vertically bar chart. Okay, so here I create for the x-axis a value. So here first type is the x and less than dash. So use for the a and less than dash. So type for, so now x is a prefix, x then c function use, and first type is the a, and also b, then c, and d. Okay, and is also is the e. Okay, so now type for the y-axis values for y less than dash use a c, and here I'm used for the then first 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Okay, and now I'm type for the bar plot function, and first time type is the y, and then type for is the names dot arguments for x. Okay, so here in this example, and first use the x variable is represented for in this the a, b, c, d, e, and the y variable is represented in the y-axis for the 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Okay, and then use for the bar plot and function to create a bar chart of the values, and last one create for the names.arg is define the names of each observation in the axis. Okay, so now the press the enter and see the output is perfectly printed for the basic is the bar chart are printed. Okay, so this is the bar chart. So now I'm going for the next step and just change it for the color. So now use the call parameters to change the color of the bars. Okay, so here use for in this the bar plot is copy and then paste for here, and I'm changing it for here. Here I'm use first the name is y, and then use for the names dot argument is, and here I'm use for the call parameter is the colors indicate. So now I'm use for the color is yellow. Okay, the take it. So now it's printed, the answer is perfectly printed for the output. So this is printed for the bar chart, and for the color is perfectly changed this. Okay, so next step create for the density for the bar texture. Okay, so you to change the bar texture use the density parameter. So use for in this the x variable and y variable, just change for in this the bar plot. Okay, so previously used for the call parameter for the color, and now I'm used for the density. Okay, so use the density for 12. Okay, so now press the enter and see the output is perfectly printed for in this density. Okay, so in this section I created density created completely, and then going for the create for the bar width. Okay, use the width parameter to change the width of the bars. Okay, so here I'm just a type for the bar plot. Okay, so is the way it's changed the names as arguments, and here I'm just change it for the width. Okay, it's the width is equal use for the C, and then type for is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now press the enter and perfectly printed for here is created for the width is okay. So in this session, I'm creating for the width of the bar chart. Okay. So next, I'm creating for the bar chart is create. This is the printed for the vertically, and the output show the horizontally. Okay. Now you want to bar to display horizontally instead of the vertically. Use for the horizon is equal for 2. Okay. So now in this station, I'm just copy paste for the bar plot, and I'm use here the horizontally. So short form type for is the for horizon equal to 2. Okay, it's a 2 type, and now in this station, I'm created and just press the enter, and the output is horizontally printed. Okay, so it's perfectly printed. The output is horizontally. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so in this session, I'm perfectly cover the basic bar charts and creating basic bar charts and create for the color, and then create the CTM bar width, and the last one create for the horizontally bars. Okay. So in this session, I'm created for the bar charts perfectly using the RStudio, and you are the learned how to create the informative visualization for the create the categorical data. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello, Bill. Welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today I'm creating for the statistic using the R programming. So in this session, I'm create for the introduction of the statistic language. Okay, so either you are the beginner looking to refresh your statistical knowledge, so this tutorial will provide you a solid introduction to the key concepts. So let's get started. So the statistic introduction is the science of analyzing, is reviewing and concluding data. Some basic statistical number include mean, median, mode, and minimum and maximum value, the percentage, the variation, and the standard deviation, and the convenience and the correlation and probabilities and distribution. Okay. So the R language was developed by two statisticians. So it has main built-in functionalities in addition to library for the exact purpose of the statistical analysis. Okay, so now the question for why statistic is matter. So a statistic is the backbone of the data science, is the enabling is to draw meaningful, insightful from data. So let's understand why statistical is crucial. Okay, so first of all, I'm type for in this some code. Okay. So first type for the set.sheet. Okay, and here I'm inside for the value is 42. Next stage I'll create for the data and less than dash. So now I'm type for is the R normal. Okay, short form is the NORM. Okay, and here I'm just insert for 100 is the value, then create for is the mean value is equal 50. Then type is the SD for sheet is equal 10. Okay, and then next line just create for the summary. Okay, summary inside input for the data. Okay, so here in this example, simply to generate a random data set and use the summary function to get the basic statistics. Okay, so now press the enter and see the output is the minimum, first question, and median, mean, and third of max. Okay, so this is the output. Randomly use this data set. Okay, next session just simply create for the descriptive statistic, helps summarize and discrete the main feature of data set as a data set. Okay, so let's explore. So first of all, create is the descriptive statistics. Okay, so here just create a for sheet dot sheet, and again inside for the value is 42, then inside is the highest statistic. Okay, is the height, then less than dash, type the C function, and here insert first is the value is 165, then create 172 and 180, then once more is typing. Okay, 185, 160, and then 170 and 177. Okay, so the print is created, and now in this session, first type is the min underscore is the highest. Okay, and less than dash type for the min. Okay, and here inside input for the highest statistic. Okay, so in this session, just copy this line. Okay, and paste for here, and just change it this change it uses the median. Okay, it's median, and then change for here is also the median. It's a median statistic, and then I'm going for the next step, create for the SD underscore height is less than dash for SD. Inside created for is the height. Okay, and now I'm created for the median SD, and then going for the next step, the show for the output, and now use the cat function use, and here inside just simply type for the mean height. Okay, as the mean height, then call for the mean underscore is the highest function, and is the new line. Okay, it's created, and then in this line the copy. Okay, and it's the mean height is printed for 170.7, and now I'm print for the median height. Okay, so it's median, and here now I'll simply change is the median height. Okay, so the same as now press enter, and here in the session I'm just calculate for them the mean, median, and the standard deviation of the data set. Okay, so I'll print enter, and median height is 171. Okay, so it's the median, and then I'm just print for the standard deviation. So just press the paste for in this code, and just change for here so for the standard deviation. Okay, the standard deviation. Okay, so the standard deviation has printed, and now and this the change for the SD. Okay, short form for the standard deviation. So now this code created, and press the enter, and see the output. The standard deviation has 9.14 something. This is the output. So in this the introduction part for the statistic function, create completely the probability in distribution in this practical example. Okay, So in this session, I'm complete for the introduction to the statistic using the R programming. And statistic is a powerful tool for the extracting the meaningful and insightful from the data. Okay, so I hope you enter in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the data set in R programming. So either you're just starting your data journey or looking to enhance your skills. So understanding how to work with a data set is the fundamental. So let's get started. So here in this session, I'm create for the data set. Okay, so a data set is the collection of the data is presenting on a table. Okay, so there is a popular building data set in R called the MT cars. Okay, so its full meaning is a motor train car road test. Okay, which is a retrieve from the 1974 is a motor train US magazine. Okay, in this example, is now created for the use match cars for the data set for a statistical purpose. Okay, so now going started. I'm here just refresh in this. The first time I'm print for the map empty cars for data set. Okay, so now this type is the empty cars. Okay, so now the press and see the output. So this is the all row and the column are printed. So this is the output. So in this table, rows and columns use, and the previous is the next tutorials. Okay, so please follow these tutorials. Okay, so first I'm create the get information. Okay, and here I'm use the dim for the dimensions for the function to find the function dimension of the data set and the names of function to view the names of the variables. So okay, so now I'm again refresh this. First I'm type the data cars. Okay, so now create a variable of the empty cars data set for the big organization. Okay, so now first I'm type is the data underscore create the cars. Okay, and now I'm create and use the dimensions for dim mid function to find the dimension of the data set. Okay, so here I'm just type is the dim for a dimension and inside create for the data underscore the cars. Okay, and is the declare, and then also created for the username to find the names of the variables from the data sets. So here I'm just type for the names. Okay, here inside create for the data underscore the cars. Okay, so now press the enter. So here is not working, so now I'm going for in this. Okay, so now in this review, so first I'm type is at the data cars. Okay, is here. Next time type for the dimensions. Okay, and then also type for the names. Okay, so that is, now is the run. Okay, so here in this session is the data cars are the names, is the object for data cars is now found. Okay, okay, so now in this code I'm just copy and paste for in this. Okay, and press the enter is perfectly printed for the output is. So firstly printed the data cars is the information, and then print for the dimensions for the data cars. The 32 is the row and the 11 columns. Okay, and last one is print for the names of the data cars. Okay, so this first is MPZCYP. Okay, is the columns name. Okay, it's a perfectly printed of here. Okay, So now I'm going for in this the next step and create the print variable of values. Okay, so if you want to print all the values that belong to a variable, access the data frame by using the $sign and the name of the variable for the example use. So now is the remove. Okay, so here then remove, and in this for refresh. So now I'm just type for the data cars. Okay, data here is not in this. So first time type is the data underscore cars. Okay, and then create a for is a less than dash and call for the empty cars. Okay, is created, and then next line is create for the data underscore cars is a $sign and type for the SYL. Okay, so in this code created and just print for the results. So this is the perfectly printed for the data cars for $sign is YL. Okay, is the cylinders. Okay, in this example that perfectly work, and then next step I create for the sort for variables value. To sort variables use the sort functions. Okay, so now this remove, and now again type for is the data cars, and less than dash called for is the empty cars functions, and then next line use for the sort function, and then inside call for the data underscore cars, and again type the $sign for SYL. Okay, it's a data cars. So now press the enter and see the output. Okay, so here in this the output, so now is for refresh, and then is type for the run and printed for the sort data cars output is the once more course and 6 and 8. Okay, the 4 plus and the 6 plus and the 8 plus are printed the value. Okay, so it's a sort of value. So in this session an example is cover for the in data set tutorial. So in the session creating and sort variable, use print variables, get information, and the first one is create the simple data set and how to create a for data set. Okay, so in this session for the perfectly working with a data set in our programming, and remember it's a solid understanding of data set is crucial for any data analysis project. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today I'm going to explore how to find the maximum and minimum values in our programming. So either you are working with a data set or exploring how for the numeric vectors and understanding how to extract this extreme is crucial. So let's get started. So here in this session, I'm creating for the maximum and the minimum, and previous tutorial introduced for the math empty curves dataset, and we will continue to use the dataset throughout the next and tutorials. Okay, so you will learn from the in our studio, and now I'm use for the example create for the minimum function, and maximum function can be used to find the lowest or the highest value in a set. Okay, so first of all, I'm creating for the largest and smallest value of the variable. For SP is the horsepower. Okay, so first I'm type is the data curves, and now I'm creating for the less than dash and call for the empty curves. Okay, and then I'm going for next line is a type for is the maximum, and here inside insert create for the data cars is use the dollar sign for HP means horsepower. Okay, so now again create is the minimum function, and inside create for the data curves, and underscore is not underscore, is the dollar sign for HP. Okay, so now here and declare for the first declare data cars and indicators and the maximum and the minimum. Okay, so now in this session I'm create, so then press the enter. Okay, and it's going forward. So and I'm going in this copy and paste here. Okay, and perfectly print for the output. Okay, so finally printed for the maximum data cars is the 335 and minimum for the 52. Okay, so please take for the previous tutorial. So I'm already declared for the empty cars, and I'm use the empty cars data set. Okay, so here in this session for the maximum, the maximum data set is the 335 and minimum for the 32 is 52. And in this session, create for the lowest and highest data. So now in this example, also use for the width.max function and width.minimum function to find the index position of the maximum and minimum value in the table. Okay, so now in this code for refresh, and now here just create for, then here is just use for the which functions. Okay, which dot is the spelling mistake is the which. Okay, so create for the which dot the maximum data cars, and the next one again type for the which dot minimum data set. Okay, so here just take for the index position. So now press the enter and see the output is the width is the minimum data set, the data cars for the 19, and then is the maximum data. So now it's for copy, and here is paste, and just take it. So is the maximum data set for is the 31. Okay, so this is the output. So now I'm also use for in this session for is the or event inverter combine for the with the maximum and the with dot maximum function with the row names function to get the name of the cars with the largest and the smallest horsepower. Okay, so just create it. So in this console refresh, so now I'm going for in this the main program. So I'm already declared for the data curves, and in this previous example create the use the with functions. Okay, so now I'm use for the row names functions. So in this session, I'm just type for the row names and create the parentheses, and here I'm insert a first the data underscore cars. Okay, and in this I'm inside for the index. Okay, so in this code, in this line created completely, and then I'm going for in this the next line, and now I'm type for again the row names. Okay, is the row names and create the parentheses, and here I'm just input for data underscore cars, and now I'm used for the index. Okay, so in this code I'm created for the index and use the with max and with minimum in with the row names functions. Okay, so now in this code are created, and then I'm just for run this code and show for the output on the screen. Okay, so now press the enter, so perfectly print for the row names with minimum data curves for is the Honda is the CV, and now I'm create for the maximum. Okay, so now in this code, now I'm just copy and here in this command is the paste. So now press the enter and see the output is the maximum curves for the maturity Bora. Okay, so this is the output. So here in this session, in this example is the previous example is better. Okay, so in this station I'm just surely know for the minimum and the maximum curves, and the highest for the in this station for the maturity Bora is the curve with the highest horsepower, and the Honda Civic is the cars with the lowest horsepower. Okay, so in this session, I'm just declare an introduction for the outlier. For the maximum and minimum can also be used to the detect outlier, and outlier is a data point to differ from the rest of the observation. Okay, so suppose is example for having the outlier in the math car is a data set. So if you declare for the maximum or forward gears of the car of 11, and then minimum the horsepower of the car was the 0, and if the maximum weight of the car was the 50,000 lbs. Okay, so in this session empty curves data set inside for the minimum and maximum data curves are created. Okay, so select for is the minimum for the horsepower is the Honda Civic, and the maximum for this the maturity Bora. Okay, so this is the output. So I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So and only cover for the minimum and the maximum data set for the data curves. Okay, thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating and going to explore the fundamental of the calculating the mean our programming. So either you are working with numeric vectors of the data frames and understanding how to find the average is the key skill. So let's get started. So here in the session I'm created for the mean value and to calculate the average value of the variable from the now use the math is empty curves data set and find the sum of all values and divide the sum by the numbers of values. Okay, so first of all I'm sure for the empty curves data set. Okay, let's type the empty curves and press the enter and see this is the empty curves data set is the total row, and in this the total column. Okay, so now I'm going for in this station and create for the mean value. Okay, is the average value. So now it's refresh. So first of all I'm type here. Okay, so first type is the data. Let's type the data cars, and then create a list then dash, and I'm using the empty cars data set, and next line I'm using for the mean value. Okay, and mean value inside I'm type for the data cars is a $sign. Use for the with function is sorted observation, and now I'm use for the mean function inside is can do is for you. Okay, so now find for the average weight for a car. Okay, so now I'm type for the WT. Okay, so here is created this code, and just press the enter and see the output. Okay, so now in this code just is copy and fill paste for in this the console is the better way. So now press the enter is the perfectly printed for the mean for the data course is the 3.21725. Okay, so you can choose for the another way is print for the mean value and use for the another data. Okay, So now I'm going for in this the numeric vectors. Okay, so numeric vector is the most powerful, popular and easy way is to create it for the mean value for your choice for data. So now I'm first calculating for in this the mean in the vector. Okay, so let's start by exploring how to calculate the mean value is a numeric vectors. Okay, so now it's refresh. Then I'm going for in this the mean program set, and then I'm type for the numeric vector. Okay, so first of all type is the numeric. Okay, so numeric vector. Okay, it's a numeric vector, then type for less than dash and use for the C function, and randomly set for the data is the value for 23, and then 45 and 12, then 67 or 5 as you wish you set for the data. Okay, and last one I'm create for 35. Okay, so next step I'm type for the mean value. Okay, is the mean underscore value, and press less than dash and type for is the mean function, and here inside I insert create for the numeric vector. Okay, so now I'm going for the next line is type for the cat. Okay, is press the mean value, and then clone and type for is the mean underscore then value. Okay, and create for the double quotation inside for the new line. Okay, so in this session I'm just use for the mean function and to find the average value in a numeric vector. So now press enter. So here is not working, so now I'm going for in this the code inside created for the console. Okay, so is a drop in this code. So now press the enter is perfectly printed for the mean value is the 39.285701. Okay, so this is the output for in this the is the mean value in the vectors. Okay, so now I'm going for in these the mean value is session are completed. So now I'm used for the two-way created for the new mean value. First is the use the data set for the empty cars, and next time use the numeric vector created for the numeric is mean value for the average value. Okay, so I hope in this video I'm covered. So I hope you enjoy in this tutorial and full understanding for the what is the mean value and what use in this the mean value and create for the average data. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to the tutorial. So today I'm create is the most important part for the static with focus on the median in our programming. So either you are looking new and beginner, so in this session is uses a data set or uses the numeric vectors or the frames is understanding how to find the median value is a crucial skill. Okay, so let's explore the fascinating concept of the medians. Okay, so now we're understanding the concept of median. So median is the median value is a sorted data set, and if the data set has an even number of values, and the median is the average of the two middle values. This measures is goes to extreme values to making is useful in the various scenarios. Okay, so in this session for the R median, the median value is a sorted the middle value. Okay, if you take a look at the value of the weight variable, and now in this same session I'm use my own data set for the empty cars, and you will see there are two numbers in the middle. Okay, so now if refresh, okay, So just see my data set. So just type for is the empty cars and press the enter and see the output. And here I'm just create for the middle value for median. Okay. So now in this station for the two numbers in the middle, you must divide some of these numbers by 2 and to find the median. Okay. It likely R has a function that does all of for you to just use the median function to find the median value. Okay. So now in this station, just create for the midpoint value of the weight. Okay. Just type so data cars and in this refresh. So here, first of all, I'm type the data and data underscore the cars. Okay. And create less than dash and create the empty cars. Okay. Next line, I'm just type for is the median value. Okay, it's the median, and here I'm input for the data cars. Okay, so now here in this code, and then inside also create the $sign and use the weight for the median value. Okay, so now here created for the median function and press the enter is perfectly printed for the median value is the 3.325. Okay, so this is the output. So I'm going for in this next step, I'm also create and use the vectors helps create the median value. Okay, so let's see how to calculate the median in the numeric vectors. Okay, so I'm just going for in this station. Okay, so here, firstly, in this screen, create for the vectors helping the median value in the screen flow. Okay, so first of all, create for the median in vectors type. Okay, so first is create in is the numeric is the numeric vectors. Okay, the numeric vector, then create a less than dash, and I'm use the C function, and inside I'm just some input create. Okay, so some value I'm inserted is 23, 45, and 12 for 67. Then 5 is randomly as your wish you choose for the value. Okay, and 89 or 34. Okay, so I'm going for in this next step use the median value. Okay, the median underscore value. Okay, and then use less than dash, and now I'm use a median function. Okay, so here I've input the numeric. Okay, it's the numeric vector. Okay, and now I'm also use for the cat function, and here I'm just print the message for the median value. Okay, it's the median value, then less than, and also call for the median. Okay, is the median value, and type for the new line. Okay, so now in this example, I'm just use for the median function and to find the median value in the numeric vector type. Okay, so now press the enter. Okay, so now in this station, I'm just refresh. So it's the again. Okay, so now in this, I'm also create for in this the console. Okay, and the press the enter and see the output is a middle value for the 34 are printed. Okay, so this is the output. So in this session, I'm completely two-way created for the numeric value. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial and understanding and calculating the median in R programming. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So and in this session, I'm created for the statistical world with a focus on the mode in R programming. So understanding the mode or the most frequently occurring value is vital in various data analysis scenarios. Okay, so now let's get started. First of all, I'm understanding and exploring the concept of mode. Okay, so the mode is a value that appears most frequently in a dataset. Okay, and unlike for mean and median, the mode can be not unique, meaning a dataset can have one or more modes. Okay, so let's explore how to identify this mode in R. Okay, so if you take is mode the previous tutorial and starting for in this tutorial for the mode. Okay, so here in this the mode is a value is the happens the most numbers of time and does not have a function to calculate the mode. However, we can create our own function to find it. Okay, so if we take a look at the values of weight variable from the empirical dataset, okay, we will see the numbers is the mode number are often. Okay, so in this station, is counting for the mode number for the my data set for the m figures. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the first example and create for the mode value. Okay, for first of all, I'm just type the data cars. Okay, data cars, and now I use less than the dash and call for the my data is a database for empty cars. Okay, and then going for the next step, and I'm just type for the names, and also type for the sort value. Okay, and here first inside create for the dash table. Okay, the insights I'm again created for the data underscore cars and $sign for WT. And here this created and outside just create the index for 1. Okay, so now in this example, now create show that the number is the okay, so press the enter, and this is the output for the numbers that appears in the is marked number is the most number of the time is in empty cars with the variable in the 3 point is a double cur or is a 3 point double for 0 IBS. Okay, so this is the mode value. So I'm going for the next step and create for the mode in the vector modes. Okay, so now let's kick all by learning how to calculate me in the mode in numeric vector. Okay, so in this example, I'm used for the in this database table and created for the mode value. Okay, and now I'm create for the randomly use data and create the mode in vectors. Okay, so now these codes are removed for refresh in this. So first of all, I'm type for the mode in vectors. Okay, so then create is the numeric vectors, then create a less than dash use the C function, and here randomly created for the value is 23, then 56 and 34, 8, 78, then 6 and 12, And also for 50, then kit is 78. Okay, so now here I'm create for the numeric vector, and then going for the next line I'm create for the mode value. Okay, it's mode underscore value, and then kit less than, and also type is a table. Then use a table function create inside is the numeric vector. Okay, so I'm going for the next step. Also type is a mode value. Mode value, and then create a less than dash and use for the as a dot the numeric. Okay, it's a numeric, and inside create for the names, and names insert first is the mode underscore value, and here in this type for the index, and index insert first type is the mode, then is the value, and use the double equal sign, and inside create the max, and here type for the mode value. Okay, so in this index created, and then going for the next line. Okay, so next line just use for the cat function and create a parenthesis, and now I'm here inside the message create for the mode value. Okay, is a mode value, and then parenthesis inside just type for the s. Okay, so I create the clone, and it's also called for the mode value. Okay, then create also the new line. Okay, so now in this example and create it, and in this example I'm first use the table function and to count for the occurrence and identify the mode s. Okay, now press the enter and see the output is the mean mode value 78, because in this the numeric vector is a double for the mode value 71. Okay, so this is the 1, and is this 2. Okay, so 72, 78, and okay, so this is the output. So in this session the mode value created for the 2A. First is the data set used, and the next is the numeric vector used. Okay, so in this session I hope you're understanding and calculating the mode in our programming. So either you are working with the vectors and use the data set, the mode provide the variable insightful. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today I'm create for the statistic with a focus on the percentiles in our programming, and understanding the percentiles in the crucial for the analyzing data distribution and making informed decision. Okay, so now we'll explore the fascinating world of the percentiles in the programming. Okay, so now in this session the percentiles are used in the statistic to give you a number that describe the value that a given percent of the values are lower than. Okay, so if you take a look at the value of the weight variable from the empty curves data set. Okay, so now in this station I'm used for the example for the 75 is the percentiles of the width of the curves. Okay, so now create for in this example. So here first of all I'm type the data curves. Okay, it's the data curves, and create for the database table for empty curves, and then use for the C function for a specific which percentile you want. Okay, so I'm used for the 75% or the curve's weight for the 3610BS or less. Okay, so now I'm just type for quantile. Okay, the quantile, and here inside for the data curves, and create for the $sign for WT. Okay, and create the function and create for the 0.75. Okay, so now here in this the quantile function are created. Okay, so now in this session the quantile is created and just is press at the enter and see the output. Okay, so this is the 70% value for the 3.61 with the 61 IBS is the LBS 61. So now in this example I created, and I'm going for the next step. And if you run the quantile function without specifying the C parameter, and you'll get the percentiles of the 0 point or something, and take it. Okay, so first of all, type is the data curves. Okay, the data curves, and create the list, and then there's in the show for the empty curves data set, and then going for the next line, again type the quantile. Okay, is the quantile function, and here inside input for the data curves function, and create the $sign for WT. Okay, so now these codes are created and show the output. Okay, so it's perfectly printed for the output for in this the empty curve data set. It's a 0% for the 1.5 or something, and 20% of the 2 point, then 58, and the 50% is the mean value for the 3.32, then median and mode. Okay, so 75 is printed for the 61 point something, and then it's printed for the 100% is the 5.42 something. Okay, so this is the output. So I'm going for in this the next session, and create for the in this the create for the vectors, numeric vectors created. Okay, so here use for the percentiles creating for the numeric vector using our programming. Okay, so in this session just learn how to create for the percentiles. Okay, so first of all I'm going for in this the RStudio and refresh for in this code, and create for the randomly numeric vector. Okay, the numeric vector, then create less than dash, and I'm used for the C function inside for the random created the data, the value 23, then 56, 78, 90, 34, then also use for the 56, then 20. Okay, so I'm create for the numeric vector, and then going for is the next line, and here I'm type for the percentile. First is create is 25, 50, and 35%. Okay, so first of all type is the percentile, and less than for 25% created, and less than dash, and now I'm used for the quantile function, and here I'm input for the numeric vector, then type for the 0 point, 25 value. Okay, so now this code is copy. Okay, is copy and paste for the next line. Okay, so here first change is used for the 50%. Okay, 50, and then is the 0.50. Okay, and going for again the next line, and change for here use for the 75%, and in this for the 75. Okay, so now in this the percentile are created, and then going for the cat function create. Okay, is the cat. So first of all type is the parenthesis and less than inside create for the 25 percentile is a percentile, and then less than, and call for is the percentile for the 20%, and create for the new line. Okay, so here in this code created, and then in this line for copy. Okay, and paste for the next line, paste the enter. See the 25 percentile is the 28.5. Okay, is a 25 5% digit, and then I'm going for next, and here I'm changing for the 50%. Okay, it's a 50, and is the 50%. Okay, so now is again press the enter. Okay, and press the 50% for the 56 value printed. Okay, and last one I'm print for the 75% quantile value. Okay, is the, so now is again press this code and just change it is the 75, and it's also called for the 75 is percentile. Okay, so now here paste the enter and see the output. So the is the final printed 25% is the 28.5 numeric factor, and the 50% is the 56, and 75% percentile is 67. Okay, so this is the output. So in this example, just use the const function and to calculate for the 25, 50, and 50 is the median value printed, and the 75 is the most easy way created, is the most attractive code. Okay, so here in this session for the percentiles, create for the two-way create and show the output. Okay, so next one is the quartiles, are the data divided into the code 4 parts when I sort the ascending order. So the value of the first quartile cards of the first is 25% of the data, and second is 50% of the data, and third is 75% of the data, and last value of the code quartile cards of the value of 100% of the data. Okay, so in this session use for the quantile function and create for the quantile values. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial and understanding and calculating for the percentile in our programming. So either you are analyzing data set or making the data division, and the percentiles provide valuable for insightful. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. So thank you for watching,